Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of the Shadow Guardians campaign, and the, prologue part 2 portion of it. We'll be getting started just in a moment, but before we do, we'd like to first thank you all for enjoying the campaign so far, as it has been. I know this has kind of been the prologue portion, and it's kind of been a little bit more streamlined, but the party does enjoy their festivities and time here, and when they get into more wider, expansive types of adventures, I'm sure that they will enjoy it as well as you all. Until then, however, thank you all for enjoying the sessions and such, and leaving us any likes or comments and things like that to help boost us in the algorithm. Of course, if you'd like to try Dreamforge out, Dreamforge TTRPG yourself, feel free to go into the description box below, where you can find the link to our Discord, where we manage games on our server for people that would like to try, whether they would like to run their own games for people they know or people in the server, or if they would like to just participate in some that we host. And of course, if you'd like to follow all of our socials as well, they're linked as well in the description box if you want to look at some of the cool art you might be seeing on the screen right now. At least until I flip over to the map, which I don't think we'll do too much today, because it's probably going to be a mostly talking session, but we'll see. In any case, let's begin with our little recap. So, in the last session, the party had completed, or had been doing the second half of their stakeout kind of operation, or espionage operation in the city of Tarataro, and specifically the Mayhem Manor and the more noble quarter of the city. There, they were supposed to be finding information, or confidential information, about the Memorem Retribution forces, their supply lines, and potential main informants and colluders as well. Which, well, for the most part, they managed to actually receive, surprisingly. At first, they had managed to stay. Imiko, after doing a pretty decent amount of sneaking and with some assistance from others, had managed to get some information and recording from a earlier meeting before the art auction event they were staking out had began, in regards to Hawari, the main leader of the Memorem Retribution, meeting with some of the other officials, and some that are, whether we'll say, known names, not necessarily in Lapsus, but at least worldwide, as it pertains to some foundries. Heinrich Richard, one of the Gorgata foundry leaders, being present in the area, or being present in that meeting. But they had managed to snoop in on some of the information that Hawari spoke with him on, in regards to recovering something from the Isle of Iconfall that they have recently taken over, as well as identifying that they had been working with a person they know quite well at this point, named with a object class, we'll say, of E364, it seems. Or as they like to call them in the party, E-Boy, we'll say. Outside of that, however, while there were some other minor things mentioned, the party would, after the meeting, zero in on a particular thing of note, that being the discovery of Bella Kamaris, well, for some of them who know her full name, Bella Kamaris Watar, who had been also attending this art auction event, wanting to assist Brew in possibly getting back together with his, estranged, we'll say, relationship partner, after his leaving of Memorem initially. The party would separate into doing multiple different things before the next meeting they had planned to sneak into, with some focusing on trying to find Bella and help Brew, others focusing on trying to bug the room for the next meeting and figure out their escape plan, and others finding out that some of that their little plan about trying to draw out the Crimson Lotus had worked, and that some of their members were all around the artist's auction event. Of note, seemingly, was Of note was Miss Neal and Mr. Talus. I keep mistaking him for Trellis. That's the captain that you guys captured on your ship, right? Talus, I should say. Two former members of the Silver Lotus, Titus's old gang, and of course their leader, or former leader, I should say, Umbra Lee, a grace-touched elf who seemingly is working with Hawari and the others now to get revenge and the like against the Consortium. Well, I should say for some, the urge to confront some of the Crimson Lotus after their last battle at the summit was definitely high, Emiko. They did manage to resist some of the pulls of their, we'll say, quarries, to try to draw them out, at least initially. Somewhat electing to stay on task with their mission and kind of keep an eye on them rather than going directly after them to start amok. However, things would change very drastically towards the end of the art auctioning portion, right before the big banquet that was going to be held, when Bella would be discovered once more on the edge of the west wing of the manor. Brew and Gwendolyn would go over to see Bella and have a heartfelt conversation with them, with Emiko close behind following. Meanwhile, I believe Allure and Apani in disguise would also elect to... Actually, what were you guys doing during that time? Weren't you just drinking at the bar, trying to stake out things? Or you were communicating with... I think you were communicating with the Sheen and the others. That was what it was, yes. They were outside the event, or outside in the garden at the time. Meanwhile, Latricia, Crow, and Lauren actually did go up. I remember Lauren went looking for Crow and Latricia as Umbra was spotted upstairs, and Crow was trying to bring Umbra to them to kind of distract them from Bella as well as the meeting that was happening, draw her away from that meeting. While the initial conversations with Bella were going, we'll say, all right, Bella was insistent to Brew that she was a very different person than when they last knew each other a few years back, and also that it was unclear if Bella's was still in love with Brew. She mentioned being in such a lot of pain, an immense amount of pain, emotionally it seems, when Brew had left or kind of abandoned her the last time they had known each other. And that, well, certain things were different now, though she didn't exactly clarify why. Eventually, she began to leave the conversation, not necessarily in an aggressive manner. However, when she was just about to pass Emiko at the door, when Brew was about to profess that he had indeed still been in love with her, she, right before replying, began to be stricken with an inexplicable headache. While the party was concerned at first, as her behavior was seemingly very different before this moment, they would be unable to exactly check her condition, at least at the moment, as Neil and Talus would show up with a couple of guards and proceed, or with another guard, and proceed to take Bella from them. This would start a kind of domino effect, as several things happened at once. Upstairs, unbeknownst to them, Crow, Latricia, and Allure we'll say Crow, so to speak, had failed in convincing Umbra to leave the Memorem Retribution group, and that what she was doing was wrong, with Umbra chastising Crow for effectively not adhering to what she was saying and either abandoning the guild team or just simply joining them. But nevertheless, this had broken out with a small disagreement upstairs, leading to Allure, Latricia, and Crow having to flee, leaping down the stairs right as the other altercation was happening. Apani, hearing that there were some things happening through Emiko's perspective, through a mental or a psionic link she had begun to get down the hall to also investigate and help with the situation. This is when the objective switched from simply speaking with Bella to trying to get her away from them, as Apani had feared that Bella had been poisoned, considering she was now aware of the, we'll say, less than savory relationship Bella had had with her father before Brew had left. And fearing that she had been poisoned, possibly by the Crimson Lotus or something else, or someone else, maybe her father, they had tried to take her and get her medical attention. This did not exactly go as planned, however, with Brew being injured and being incapable of really holding on to Bella that well, especially with Talus being basically able to block Emiko and grab him as well, and Neil switching from mainly just protecting Bella to attacking Brew. The situation went very dire very quickly, and the party elected to simply just, unfortunately, leave Bella behind so that they would not be captured or harmed any further, especially with Brew having barely been able to stand after the kick that that Talus had left him with. I almost said Titus, sorry. Meanwhile, while this happened, as Allure, Latricia, and Crow, with Crow in the arms of Latricia, had landed right between them when this was all happening, Apani would see that, for one reason or another, things upstairs were not going well, and that they were needed to leave immediately, with Latricia telling Apani that they were going to find Kaya so that they could basically get teleported out of here. They were going to have to abandon the vehicles they took to get in and just teleport out, back to the ship. Since it was such a short distance, Kaya could easily do it without exhausting much of her energy. With the party switching now to a more of an evacuation or escape situation as opposed to a capture situation, everyone except for Apani would manage to escape, with Emiko discovering a little bit of some interesting information before she did, but we'll get into that in a moment. As Apani had attempted to go back upstairs to the second meeting room after it had dispersed and grabbed Gwendolyn's transceiver device that she had planted in the room, she would be, well, almost found by Hawari and Watar himself, who had, for some reason, at least as the moment it's unknown, discovered that they were not just present, but that Apani was also probably in the room. They just did not know where. They proceeded to kind of chastise Apani, calling her the Nelfnir girl. It seems they knew a little bit more about her than they were, at least that he was initially led to believe. During this moment, Apani managed to grab a few more bits of files and information from the desk of Jovan, as well as Gwendolyn's transceiver, before breaking out of the window with a cast of silence as Hawari's shadow stretched across the desk that she was hiding under. Then, outside of the manor, Apani managed to stay in stealth for a little bit longer, but it was quite clear that the situation was untenable, as the entire area was swarming with Memorem Retribution guards, and even if she had escaped the manor, the city would surely be even more difficult to escape, especially with them knowing what Apani took. However, in the last moment, as Apani decided that she was going to escape by trying to clamber down the ridge, or the cliffside on the ridge that they were at, Balin would show up with her release unit transform, grabbing Apani and making way away from the ridge as they were getting shot at. And just as a little bit of extra good measure and protection, Gwendolyn, using her new Ever Vigilance unit and the cryotech cannon that they have, or almost that they stole, you didn't steal it, that you repurposed from the Vale's Heart facility, would drive a line of rock splitting ice, carving a chunk of the ridge out and causing a cave in under the people that were shooting at you, before miraculously escaping with your units in tow. As Apani escaped out of, as Apani would be then brought to the ship by Balin, she would be racked with an inexplicable fear of the situation, as everything had kind of hit her all at once at this point. Emiko, as well, was seemingly experiencing some minor paracausal issues, as Emiko felt dissatisfied with the outcome, we'll say, of being incapable of rescuing Bella at that moment, with Crow trying to console her at the time to keep her more sane and stable. But this would be where the reveal that had kind of been teetered a little bit before would come into play. as now that the situation was a little bit more calmer, Kaya would simply walk over to Imiko and Crow, asking about something that Imiko had mentioned before they escaped, about an object that seemed to be installed into Bella on her back, or visible on her back, that being an NLD device. One that was not of the design that the guild or as they know, the Alto have, at least. But one nonetheless, with some potential dangerous, well, additions to it. We are going to accelerate time a little bit as we begin the session here, to a little bit into the next day. So everyone has long rested. You are on your way. The ship, is flying on its way to back to where the rest of the initiative is in the sea. Actually, it is the initiative is no longer like as far out in the sea. They're actually now probably on land or like on the coastline. So there is now new encampments and stuff, like, just makeshift made encampments, nothing like too permanent made, and you can see all the ships kind of like docked at the coves and stuff like that right now. While that's happening, or while that was all happening with you guys in the in your last mission, I should say, and over the last few days, this is what's been happening. That being said, at this point, like I said, all of you have long rested, wherever that would be, your rooms, perhaps in some, maybe some private areas or something like that, if needed. And you all know that at some point, probably within the next next hour or so, you're all supposed to be going to a meeting with Kaya and Ishin, who want to debrief about the operation and information that you got. So, yes, we'll begin with, I think we'll begin with Apani. Apani, where would you have been sleeping for the night? Would you have slept in your room as normal?
No.
I figured. Where would Apani be?
A dark corner with a pillow.
Okay. So, anywhere in particular on the ship, or just a dark corner with a pillow? Doesn't matter where.
The darkest of corners with a pillow.
Okay. So, Apani will probably be in one of the storage areas, we'll just say. Hiding in a corner with a pillow. Latricia has been kind of keeping watch of you. I don't think she would have really been as hidden at some points, but she hasn't really approached. She's just been around you. Imiko, just in terms of like what you would know, Apani would have not come back. You would have not seen her after the brief conversation you had with Kaya and Crow. You and Crow would probably be in your bed waking up as well at this point.
Crow would probably wake up alone in bed as if he sees like Imiko's preferably like just training silently.
You're cutting out a bit.
Oh, hold on.
It's doing that thing. Pepper.
Hello?
There you go. You're good.
Yeah. So I think Crow would probably wake up alone, and if he turns around, he'll see Imiko like training, just silently, just like
with your glaive and stuff, or just physical.
Yeah,
like
glaive.
Okay.
Yeah, physical and like glaive, and you can clearly tell that she's fuming silently.
Okay. Gwendolyn, would you be in your bed, waking up?
Oh, I want to.
Or would you have been?
Yeah.
Would you have gone somewhere else to sleep last night?
No, I was going to go to sleep.
I don't know. I'm
In my
asking.
room. In my room.
As you can see, some people found dark corners to sleep in last night. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
No, I sleep in my room.
Okay.
And this time I check for people behind the curtains.
Okay. Look, your curtains are. We'll say your curtains are open with some light peeking in. It looks to be a cloudy day, but sunny enough, as you can see that there's a little bit of land and water. You're kind of going along the coast, from what you can tell based on the flight pattern of the ship. You all actually know, like, you are headed to the encampment where the initiative is set up, so it's not surprising you would be near the coast as you're going there. You don't know when you're going to get there. You probably guess, like, it'll probably be today at some point, but you imagine you'll probably have your meeting before you actually get to the encampment. So, but yeah, it's a nice day from what you can tell, Gwendolyn. Far shot from what the at least emotions and vibe were from the night before. You can see that yeah, it's just nice. What would you like to do? I guess all of you, what would you like to do?
Oh, I wanna figure out if that mission was a complete success, and also if someone bought my painting, which means I would have made profit.
Well, funny about that. Well, you could tell some of that stuff. So we'll go in order. So you said first you want to know if that mission was considered a success. You can effectively ask Guardian, your shipboard, I guess, SI unit, like, in the records, is that considered a successful mission? What is that considered? And Guardian will reply to you that yes, it is considered a success. Information was the reason they would say they would outline information was the information that was believed to be present was gathered, as well as additional information in regards to the possible pilot of the change in unit, and it would, I guess, yeah, it wouldn't give you a visual, but it would say vocally, identified person, person of interest number 4, Bella Kimaris Watar, has been identified as the potential pilot of the change in unit, based on evidence and information provided from last mission. And then
I'm just making sure that I didn't fuck up the whole mission trying to play matchmaker with.
No, Miss Gwendolyn, you did not fuck up the entire mission. The mission was considered a success.
Did I make any money?
Unfortunately, we were not able to receive any of the funds that would have been received from any sales of art, considering our escape from the area that night. I do not believe that they will mail it to people they are currently fighting against. However, I could be surprised.
Maybe I'll talk to not Bella. Who's the aunt? I have her name here. Wait.
You mean Lala?
Yeah. Maybe I can talk to Lala and get some money.
Miss Lala, she answers, I do not have necessarily a record for Miss Lala's number, or she would say transceiver device number. However, I do have record of one for Mr. Isa. Did I say his last name? Oh, I think I said it didn't matter because he's gonna be soon married to Lala, but I actually think I did find it, but we'll just say she'll say Isa, his last name.
I don't know if I talk to that guy. I mean, it's not that I don't like that guy, but I don't know. He keeps hitting on me.
Was it working?
No.
Damn.
I'm getting me hit on.
I mean, you're a 7-foot tall dragon woman. That's somebody's type.
A lot of people's type.
Yeah, say a lot of people's type. Wait. In any case, what do you want to do for the next hour until the meeting?
I might as well go eat.
Okay.
Doesn't have to do yet.
Mm-hmm. So you'll head over to the mess hall. I'll cover what's happening in a moment. Emiko, Apani, what are you two doing for the hour?
Apani would like to go invisible puts a pillow back in the bedroom, and then goes sit next to Brew in silence.
All right.
Imiko would probably like probably resting after an hour's worth of practicing with her glaive.
Okay. So there is something first. I'm gonna go to Apani first for something. So in the order you told me was you want to go back to your room and put the pillow back.
Yes, while being invisible.
So, remember your invisibility. It's the invisibility from your armor, right?
Yeah, Apani put her armor back on the moment she got back home after
Okay.
emptying out the bag.
So, okay, let me check something real quick because I don't think your invisibility with your armor actually lasts that long. Okay, cool. Let me just look up Google Docs then. I guess I just can't search Apani's name on my internet tab and have it pop up. I would have thought I could, but I guess not. Apani, there we go. Nameless Clint. Nope, that's not. Wait, there it is. I just saw it. Exogear Infiltrator. Okay, you have okay, so you have a certain number of energy points equal to your resourcefulness modifier, which for you is a 3? 2. It's a 2. Okay. So 2 additional. I think you have 4 total energy points then. And then silent quick steps. Here it is. So for 1 action, you become invisible. So it's effectively like a minute of invisibility, give or take, each time you use it.
How many minutes away am I from my bedroom?
Not a lot. Like, maybe like 3 or 4.
Oh.
But it would use probably most of your usages, I'd say, for the day. Or
Are we
I should
planning on going anywhere today?
You don't know. You don't know. I mean, you did just do a hard operation, so there's a chance you might have like a day break, but you know, like you are kind of in a war zone. Like sometimes breaks are not exactly always given. Not even just because people don't want to give you them, it's because it might not be available at the moment. It's up to you.
A party's gonna potentially stupidly cast invisibility 3 times.
Okay. I'd say that that's enough for you to be able to do this. Roll me a stealth, but most likely, you'll probably run into Crow and Imiko while you're doing this. So we'll cut into Imiko. Roll me that stealth still, but we're gonna cut over to Imiko and Crow for a moment. So, Imiko, you said you'd stop training after a few minutes of Crow waking up.
Yeah, she'd probably be like sitting like by a seat, probably having a drink on hand. He definitely looked up a sweat.
Okay. So Crow is gonna kind of sit up in bed, kind of realizing that he is literally alone in bed right now. Huh? You said dirty what?
34.
34? Okay, probably not gonna notice you. So yeah, Crow is... What's your passive energy consummate, by the way, Apani?
Good question. Let me check.
Okay. Lewis?
Lewis!
I think, yeah, that's alright. Just tell me when Lewis starts speaking, like actually speaking again. Anyway,
Lewis
Never
said,
mind.
what do you mean?
Oh, did he? God damn it. I just muted him so that
Me
the
too.
snoring wasn't picked up.
What's snoring? I was
You-
laughing.
Oh, you were laughing? That sounded like... Okay, it's not me, right? That sounded like snoring. It did.
It didn't.
Yeah, I thought
Okay.
I thought it did.
Okay. In any case, yes, so back to what Crow is gonna say. So Crow kind of sits up in bed. He looks left first, kind of noticing that there's no Apani or Latricia. And he looks right, sees he does see you, like, training. And he kind of just, like, looks down a little bit. He kind of just... He'll lean over and kind of, like, push himself off the bed over towards your side. And he'll kind of walk over. He's just, like, in a t-shirt and shorts right now. And says, "What you doing?"
At that, like, Imiko was off in her own little world, but once he says that, he's like, her head snaps up, like, towards Crow and says, "Oh, you're awake." Hey, baby. How you doing?
He kind of looks at you, probably holding
got
the glaive, like, training.
Yeah, it's tightly gripped in there. Yeah, training. Yeah, just taking the edge off after what happened yesterday. Last night. Right.
He kind of like, he'll kind of walk over to he'll walk over to you and like, he'll gently with his cybernetic arm kind of like hold on to the glaive, and he kind of looks over. He says, "You know that that there's more white space than swinging a glaive above people sleeping, right?"
Hey,
On
I'm
the
always
ship, I
careful
mean.
with my glaive. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
How are you? How are you actually doing, Himiko? I mean it.
Well, since we always, this is a honest relationship. No, I'm not doing good. Not at all.
You still think he
In
kind of lets
fact,
go of the
I'm-
glaive and just kind of looks, or he'll stand and just look at you as you're talking.
In fact, I'm still pissed that we still haven't saved that Bruce, like fiance, wife, whatever. It's good that
You
we
mean
got
Bella?
evidence, but yeah, that girl. Well, if we could have saved her, that no lives would have been lost. Well, technically, no lives have been lost, but one got out of our reach. Could have saved her. Probably even find out more about why she had an LLD on her back, and at that point, Himiko's like rambling. At that point.
Crow doesn't actually stop you as you're rambling. He just kind of nods, like he does seem like he's actually listening to you. He's just kind of letting you go through it all. And after maybe like 5 or so minutes of it, he kind of like, maybe probably in a moment where you're taking a breath, he kind of says, "Be that as it may, though, Himiko, we can still," says, "we can still change things,
Well, yeah.
There's still going to be
That's,
opportunities for us to get it. We just gotta."
Well, yes, if we're going to
figure
act
that out.
anyway.
Thanks. I'm kind of wondering if she's not the only one that might have something like that installed in them.
Yeah, well, knowing them, they probably have a few more on hand, on standby.
I'm surprised, though.
Which sucks.
I mean, the likelihood of finding someone... Well, I guess I shouldn't say the likelihood. From what Fari told me a while back, and I think Kai's mentioned it before, he kind of thumbs to his back, but getting one of these installed isn't exactly a painless process. I mean, it takes very skilled work to actually install it right, and there's a lot of people that end up not being compatible with them. That's the whole reason that that Everglow and the Guild have a screening process.
Well, considering Bella, somewhat is not used to it because of the headache or whatever.
I've been thinking about that.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's from the
Yeah.
NLD. Well, no, let me rephrase that. I don't think that that's just throws from the installation of the NLD. Yes, you're gonna have some headaches and issues during calibration and things during the first few weeks or so, but maybe nausea, weird loss of taste, things like that, but something like that seemed oddly induced. I'd almost say it was a reaction to something.
Sticking out like a sore thumb then?
Well, I guess what I mean is, I don't think that the NLD itself is the only reason that happened to her. I think something else might have been acting up.
What you got? In terms of serious anyway.
Nothing too crazy yet, but if what Kaya said is right last night, or what she was thinking was right, and Bella really is the pilot of that chain Jin thing, there's a chance that she's been somehow hooked up to the focus system.
And there's also a chance that it might or might not be Savage alive. Who knows?
By the way, at Apani, this is when you would be coming into the room at this point.
But yeah, I mean, hell, we might potentially be killing her. I don't know.
When you say that,
I
he
don't
kind
know.
of looks down a bit when you say that.
Imiko eyes Crow silently for a bit before she says, "Speaking of feeling, how are you holding up from last night?"
I wasn't able to reach her.
Well, considering that's ties to girls and how she is, I don't think you will get through to her in the old normal speaking way, you know, the old talking, the old silver tongue.
Yeah. I guess so.
Yeah, sometimes people are set in their ways. I should know.
He kind of looks. Crow kind of looks over. He's like, "When the door open?" He like walks
Could
over
I-
to the door.
Could I sense like upon it?
What's your soul sensing and what's your energy or passive energy concealment? Or sorry, what's your passive energy concealment, Pawnee? What's your passive soul sensing, Emiko?
14.
Let me just check. Passive, what is that? Soul sensing?
Soul sensing.
Ah, shit. It was one number away.
So
It is
it's
13.
13. Yeah, so no.
Hmm.
However,
Could I- yeah.
you would see
Oh,
as
sorry.
Crow's kind of looking in and out like the door for a moment. You would see Latricia actually comes by and kind of enters the room. She's like, "It was just me," and she kind of walks over.
Oh.
And Crow's like, "Oh, I guess it just picked you up early. Then that's odd."
Hmm.
It's like,
Uh,
well, you know,
Emiko
big
would
tail
look
and all.
around.
She kind of like wiggles her tail a bit.
Emiko like looks around to see where Polly is, and then when she notices that she's not there with Latricia, she looks at Trish and says, "Funny that. Where's Bonnie?"
She's around the ship still. Don't worry. She's just.
Give me that.
I think she's just
Give me that.
needing some space. Is all.
Which one is to detect lies?
Which one? What? Sorry.
Is it a mood? Which one to detect lies? A mood check?
Mood. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just check. Put that in
Connie's-
Discord.
Gonna
Mhm.
take a deep breath.
Okay.
That's it. They might hear it, Bonnie.
I'd say if it's like audible that you want them to hear, they would probably hear. They wouldn't know where you
Connie's
are.
gonna wait.
Wait. Okay. She's gonna wait. Okay. Go ahead.
12.
12.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. Latricia is actually pretty good. She does look a little bit I wouldn't say displeased, but maybe just slightly displaced, or not displaced. Just her mood is very difficult to read, but she seems a bit restless. But that's about it. You can't really tell like
Can I
her.
roll a mood?
You can.
Yeah. At that description, Dragon, I think Himiko would. While she doesn't know what she's thinking, but she'll definitely think. So I'm guessing upon time, huh?
A little bit, but it's all right. I still know she's safe, and that's all that matters.
Well,
I
eventually
rolled
she'll.
You want to what?
21. And that 20.
You know, he
She
got killed in
seems-
that fucking-
Notably kind of despondent at the moment, but she is hiding it very, very well. Like you think you almost wouldn't have noticed had you not been like very much looking at her, probably like in an area she can't see right now.
Can you elaborate on the despondent part?
When she mentioned that you wanted to kind of be hidden or away from people, it seemed like the way she said that suggested she kind of was more talking about the people in this room, and it was very much her. It definitely seems like it's bothering her that's the fact, but she is clearly, while it's bothering her, not letting it visibly show to anyone else in the room.
Apani's gonna give her a hug while being invisible. She's
Um,
probably risky as hell.
Don't we see this?
I feel like you would see like the clothes shift on Latricia as like something it looks like just clothes shift a bit, like when she's standing, and Latricia has no expression change at all. But Apani, you feel something wrap around your back a little bit, and it is Latricia's tail, just like a gentle wrap.
Yeah,
And then
I
she'll
think
like slide it off, kind of in a way that is very unnoticeable. Like it looked like she kind of was just curling her tail for a second, and then it just drops back down.
Apani stops hugging her.
Mm-hmm.
But
By the way, she's standing in the doorway during this entire time.
so I can't even walk
sorry,
out the
no.
room.
No, you
She's
can.
blocking
She's
me.
deliberately
Blocking-
standing in the doorway to keep it open so that it doesn't automatically close. Because otherwise they would
Oh.
know that you leaving the room. She's just like standing on the side of the doorway, basically.
I'm gonna flip a coin to see if I let them know that all of them I'm in there, or if I don't.
Okay. Anyway, as that's all happening, Crow kind of looks over. He's like, well, I imagine you're keeping an eye on her, and if that's the case, then I don't have to worry too much. And I wish I could do something more, but
Hey, bro, you do. Don't worry,
yeah,
you won't. I
not
appreciate it.
enough when I needed to.
Well, sometimes you can work on that, but also when there's a time and place and enough resources, eventually you can get there. But right now, I think she wraps her arm around him. I think you're enough. As is.
He kind of looks at you and gives you like a smile, like a half smile, and kind of reaches around and like pulls you in with from your other shoulder and kind of pulls you into him. And he says, "Thanks."
No problem.
Apani's gonna exit the room, but she's gonna stand on like the outside of the doorway and then psychically communicate to Crow, "You do more than enough."
When you say that, you can kind of see, like, as Latricia is now walking in the room a bit more, so the door will like close. His ears kind of sit up straight, like he definitely noticed like that you spoke to him in his mind, and there is a very like pleased expression on his face that fills him. You can see, like he feels a little bit more calm. It seems like that after hearing you.
I think Imiko would, after like, making a crow, rather a tad warmly, she looks to Trish and says, "And how about you? How are you holding up after last night?"
Well, I'm fine. Honestly, I'm just kind of more worried about the party overall. Oh, well, I guess I should say a couple people in it. You, Crow, of course. Yeah. After she kind of looks over at Crow, what Umbra said. Crow's like, oh, right, yeah. I wouldn't worry about it. He looks over at you.
What happened over there? Because I'm sure, your guys' side was very much more better than our side.
Patricia at this, well, Crow kind of says, it didn't exactly.
Yeah, I heard. Umbra decided to stick up her head up her own ass, just like Terrace. So there's
that's what he kind of says. Yeah, they have that in common with each other, believe it or not. She was insistent about that I was wrong, and I should leave. She was insistent about, the Memorem weapon or weapons that were used and things like that. Culpability, consequences, and all that stuff. But when I asked her if she was even aware of all the consequences she was bringing on the Memorem people, I told her about how kind of looks to the side when he says it, kind of thinks. I told her since the summit attack, I've seen a lot of the ways that some of the Consortium people with us look at us. I can tell what they think. I can tell when they see just regular Memorems. Their actions are making it it's not about their actions just making it harder for everyone. Their actions have directly caused, I'm sure it will directly cause atrocities to happen. To the Consortium, I'm sure many of them at least. we're no different from the Retribution, no matter the banner we have.
Well, after what happened to the summit, I don't think they have any moral standpoint to stand on at all. Like, they endanger the lives of innocent people. Meanwhile, we don't. I don't think there's any difference between us and them.
You said you don't think there is any difference? Or you said you think there is a difference? Sorry, I misheard.
There is a difference.
There is a difference. Okay, I just misheard. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, Umbra doesn't see it that way. As far as she and I'm sure the others are concerned, as it pertains, well, at least as Umbra is concerned as it pertains to me. I'm a naive child that doesn't know what he's doing, getting out of his depth, making weapons that are going to be used against his own people, and to hurt their cause. Believe it or not, she actually didn't just want me to just join them. She actually wanted to she offered the ability, well, she offered an opportunity for me to just leave the guild and everything behind. It's the main reason why I'm still interested in trying to. I'm sure Apani and Titus and even Balin would say it's stupid, but well, I kind of want to try to convince them to leave the Retribution still.
Not gonna lie, Crow. I don't think that's a stupid decision at all.
Can Apani hear Crow from the other side of the door?
Partially, yeah. I'd say like roll me an awareness, because like the door does hide some things. You can tell people are talking, but I want to just hear. We'll see how much you hear.
Okay.
We'll nat 20 of the fun.
No, you don't need a nat 20. You just need you need to be a little bit listening, is what I'd say.
Is the hallway dark? Or dim?
Probably not. It's probably illuminated enough that like people can see where they're going, but probably dims during night, but not during day.
Oh wait.
You're in the wrong chat. I didn't know you realized that, but
Damn, what's this for 1d20 in the VC chat? I wonder.
I rolled a 23.
Yeah, you hear everything that's being said in the room then.
Apani's gonna psychically communicate with Crow and say, I don't think that's stupid. You have hope.
I think he would vocally say this, not realizing he is, but he kind of says... So, Emiko, regardless of what you're saying, he just kind of blurts out, he says, yeah, a little good that hope does if it doesn't actually pan out for anything, though, right?
Emiko rolls her eyes at him. Your decision. Right? That's a little bit of hope. Okay? So have a little hope, have a little faith. Besides, me, Trish, and Apani backs you up, alright? So if you want to do this, you got our support. I mean, is the plan still the same, or we gotta change it?
He kind of his ears perk up, looking. Also, Apani, you were gonna say?
Apani's gonna psychically communicate. There's a 0% chance of things getting better if you don't have hope, and a 50% chance of things getting better if you do have hope.
He notes that, but go ahead, Emiko. He kind of looks at you after you said what you said.
Yeah. I mean, hope is a fleeting thing, but it's still there. Why not use it? You still got it. You still got hope, don't you? Don't you? She tilts her head.
He kind of thinks like, I mean, I'm not hopeless or anything. Like, yeah, I know. It's just.
Well, there's a couple of fields that you're kind of hopeless at, but yeah.
Guess I just don't know how to reach out to them.
Well.
Also, I'm not really sure if it's fair, right? I mean, I'm reaching out to people, let's be honest, that aren't exactly the best of people, considering what we know about Titus and what they used to do. And unlike Balin, and arguably, Titus doesn't necessarily fit into this, but still, they didn't, they joined up with the Retribution, right? Is it even right for me to try and...
Yeah. There's always a point in trying. If there's no trying, then what's the point?
Latricia kind of just sits up and says, as long as you want to do it, Crow. That's all that matters to me.
Himiko nods at that too. Mm-hmm.
She kind of like walks over and like puts her hand around, kind of wraps her arms around Crow and just pulls him in to her. As long as you want to do it, then I'll be with you. Same with Imiko and Apani.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And besides, we still got people to fall on whenever things get rough. So you don't have to worry about things. Just tell us. We can like back you up.
He kind of sighs and he kind of says, "All right. I mean, well, Latricia kind of says, you want to try to get them out of that situation, don't you?" He says,
You just what?
I just want them to see that what they're doing isn't going to get them happiness, I guess. Not just them. I want all the retribution to see it. But I also understand that, kind of like, you can see he steals himself a bit. I also understand that they're threatening the lives of not just other people in Lapsus, but other Memorens as well. So, he just kind of looks more sternly and just says, so, I'll still fight like normal, I guess. I just want to keep that in mind.
You don't have to kill them, you know that? Just maim them, incapacitate them instead, you know? That's what I do.
I might not always have that choice. Maybe in an armored knight, sure, but I
mean, from what I saw you fighting, you definitely have a choice. Definitely have like skills in there to do it.
Latricia kind of says, and like Limiko said, you have people to lean on if you need help. Sure, you might not be able to not necessarily do the... She kind of thinks, sure, you might not necessarily be able to not lethally do things sometimes, but that doesn't mean you can't strive to. Besides, like you said, or like Imiko said, there's still hope, there's still a chance. I believe Apani mentioned something about it as well, last meeting. A way for the retribution to stand down. Crow kind of nods, like, yes, you did, yeah.
I mean, we still have the recordings, right? We got the evidence. Even Apani got what she got from the meeting.
Alright, I imagine that's what this meeting we're gonna have is about. Probably whatever was recorded, right? During that whole fiasco last night.
She nods.
And he kind of his demeanor shifts very noticeably. Like at this point, like Latricia's still kind of like I would say he's now like turned like facing the same way as Latricia, but she's just got her arms like leaning over him, kind of wrapped around his torso, like as you know, like he kind of like in between her basically. And his face or his expression shifts to one of a little bit more callousness, as he kind of just says, "Yeah," and then Hawari.
Yeah, and then there's Harari. Yeah. A little thing there. Yeah. Well.
Latricia kind of thinks, she's like, right, I remember. He's like, oh yeah, you guys weren't outside when that happened, were you? When Ishin and Hawari were speaking.
Yeah, we were busy dealing with Neil and that big wolf motherfucker. Yeah. So we went there.
He kind of thinks.
So what happened outside?
Latricia kind of looks at him. He says, "I'll save it for the meeting." You can see he's like a little bit like of snarl kind of in his teeth for a moment, like kind of his expression of his face. Just he looks a little upset.
Let me roll that mood.
Yeah.
Can I roll a mood too?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can.
Yeah. Let me just check here. Or rather, should I use spiritual energy just to see?
Yeah, you can just roll a mood. I don't think you need
Yeah.
to roll an energy thing. Just a mood. Not a high DC for this one.
Oh wait, I did it again. What the hell?
Damn.
Sorry.
Damn. Rolling
I'm-
23, I see.
That was the last roll. That was this roll.
I rolled a 6 for this roll.
Ooh,
rolled a 17.
Unfortunately, Apani, you're not really sure. You think it's probably because you can't physically see him through the door. Like it might be easier to tell if you were able to like see him. Imiko, he is angry, like notably angry. Like you can see his fist kind of balling up. You can see Latricia kind of pulls him in a bit more, and he kind of loosens his grip a bit. But he is notably.
I think Imiko would place a hand on that balled fist, and she would say, "Hey, save that anger, right? Don't let it like consume you as well."
He kind of
I
like
know
his
that
eyes
anger.
kind of flash over at you, and he's like, "Sorry, just."
No, don't be sorry. It's understandable, but sometimes anger clouds decision making and whatnot.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know that feeling. So once we get to Hawaii, then you can go on. Okay? She's smart like that.
Oh, by the way,
You can do it.
Hawari has some type of
Oh.
psionic ability.
Oh, really? That's good. That's good news. Huh. Really love good news like that.
Yeah, he kind of thinks. I'm not sure the extent of it. I'm not even really sure how to measure psionics comparable to soul energy, but if I had to wager a guess, he's definitely the most potent psionic user that we've met.
You don't think he uses that little psionic doohickey of his in his head like to brainwash people, right? She rated about that.
He's like, I don't know. You asked me earlier what I thought about Bella. And all I know is... with this type of technology, anything's possible. I'm worried. Trisha kind of nods as well. She's like, I am too. I'm worried about you.
Oh yeah, speaking of Blue, how is he holding up? Last I saw him, he was yeah, he was a mess, if I can put it lightly.
From what I saw last night, she kind of thinks. I know Balin and Aloy helped him to his room. Actually, Gwen, would you have helped Brew to his room last night?
Brew to his room?
Yeah.
He was looking pretty...
Yeah, he was looking rough.
Because of that fight,
yeah. So, she would say, I believe Allure, it wouldn't have been Balin, it would have been Allure and Gwen. Allure and Gwen, I think, helped him to his room. But he was rather despondent. I don't think he was speaking much.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That wolf motherfucker, I don't know what's his name. He definitely did a number on his psyche. Like, god damn.
Talus, she kind of thinks.
Talus, that's a whole set of
Based on his
Yeah,
movements, he's trained in Memorem's more advanced martial arts, I can tell.
Oh, sweet. So it's another Neil except a wolf, a Lupin, and a dude. That's nice. That's neat.
She kind of says he's able to use his body his physical mass pretty well as well. I could tell from the impact that was left over when Brew was hit.
Yeah, well, after he attempted to kick me out from the mansion, yeah, I can tell. Definitely kind of hurt.
Crow kind of thinks you think there's any transfer into his Armored Knight abilities. She says there's a chance, considering that we have technology that can. We shouldn't rule it out. It's like, right.
Considering they probably potentially have NLDs in their back, same as Bella, I think there's a possibility for that, you know?
I might have an idea. Bro kind of thinks. Yeah.
What kind of idea you got? Layout. Or honest.
Kind of looks.
Come on.
Oh, we should probably get going to the meeting.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's about time.
Forgot
Yeah,
about that.
And then kind of like
Hey,
you can see like he starts to throw like goes through his drawers like starting to grab like clothes because again he's just in a t-shirt box right now. Everyone, I imagine. Are you clothed? I imagine you're probably clothed if you're training.
Oh, I'm close, just like in like gym, like
Yeah, like gym clothes.
attire. And
So,
I
like-
think while he's like rummaging through the drawer, I think she'll come up from behind and she'll give him a little thwack on the ass and say, "All right, come on, let's go."
He's like, I'm trying. Give me a second.
Good.
It's like, yeah, I thought this looks presentable. Latricia just kind of giggling,
Yeah.
and she's like, "Bro, it's I don't believe it's an official meeting, but you need to appear in your best presentation. You can probably just throw on some jeans or something." He's like, you can see him
Don't
like
worry about it.
throwing something on. Upon you'd hear all this, but so you know as well it's about time.
Should I make an awareness check to see if I can tell upon he's here?
If
Sorry.
you get lost in her thoughts, is not paying attention to the fact that they might be walking out the doors.
How are you like right outside the door? Out of curiosity.
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering because I was like, if so, as that's all happening, we'll cut back to that in a moment. Gwendolyn. Okay, that's all right. We'll stay with you. Oh, he might have. I think he stepped away for a second, so we'll continue with you for a moment. Yeah. So as the door opens, don't worry.
Is she
Okay. Crow kind of like now he's throwing like he's got his clothes thrown on. He's like, all right, let's go. He kind of turns to go out the door and immediately kind of he kind of runs into something. You can see he stumbles back and Latricia just catches him with her tail.
The pony falls on the floor.
Latricia will just instinctively swing her tail over and like wrap both of you up and pull you guys in. And she's like, "Are you both alright?" He's like, "Yeah, I think I hit something. Maybe the
I'm sorry.
door." Oh, hello, Pawnee.
Pony says audibly.
You guys are both just smushed up into Latricia right now. It's like, oh, wait, I didn't see you. Where are you? He kind of looks at you up and down. Oh, invisible armor. Right. So,
I don't get it.
Hmm?
He knew I was there. But I've been walking around here and people can sense that I'm here, but they don't actually know where I am.
Who? He's like kind of confused.
Apani shakes her head and says nothing.
Okay. I mean, talking about Brew? I mean, he's not been around.
Eavesdropping on us upon me. She's like cocked.
He looks over like
a little smirk.
Wait, were you? You know you could have just came in the room, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't intentional.
Oh, okay. He kind of sits a bit straight up. He's like, kind of taps Latricia like, thank you. Also, sorry for running into you, Bonnie.
It's really my bad. Because you couldn't see me.
I guess that's fair. He kind of scratched it behind his ear. We need to go. Meeting time in like 10 minutes, or 5 minutes or so. I imagine they're gonna want to talk about a lot of things that happen. He kind of like thanks for a moment, and then demeanor shifts, and he just looks a lot more like assured, and he kind of just says, "All right, let's do this." And he will start walking down the hallway. Latricia will kind of walk like next to you, like make sure you're like sitting straight up, and kind of nod to you, like, "You ready?"
Yes, I'm ready.
She'll nod, and then she'll start walking. I imagine Emiko will follow.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Is Gwen back? Probably not. That's okay. Oh wait. Gwen texted me something. Okay, I'll text you my answer. Okay, so, when you head to the mess hall, this is about 30-ish minutes before all this happens. 30 to 40 minutes before all this happens. Before they're leaving. You get to the mess hall. You can see Balin is actually in the, behind the counter right now, and is, pouring herself something to drink. It doesn't look alcoholic. It looks like some type of fruit juice with, like, some berries in it. You can see she's shaking it up and blends it into, puts it in, like, kind of a blender device, kind of like you can see grinds things out. While that's happening, you can see sitting kind of washed looking and very unkempt is Brew at the moment, who is just kind of perched there. Balin at the moment seems to be kind of talking. Oh, Brisk would be. Wait, no, Brisk is probably flying the ship right now. So, Allure is probably like sitting over there right now talking to Balin over the counter. You're not really sure what they're talking about. They're mentioning something about like something about armored knights, and then also something about the encampment being built, and they're wondering how it's gonna look. Balin's talking about how she imagines it's going to be quite the sight to see, considering the initiative is probably wanting to flaunt their stuff, so to speak, and that she wonders if the Retribution knows about it being there. And when she says the Retribution, she kind of stops for a moment, and kind of you can tell there's like a moment where she freezes, and they both kind of look at Brew. Brew just kind of sighs and just says, "It's fine. You don't have to stop your conversation for me. I'm not bothered by talking about that type of stuff." They kind of look over, and then they notice that you enter. Brew also kind of looks over and sees, it's like, "Oh, hello, Gwendolyn. Hello, Gwendolyn. How are you? How are you doing? Are you holding up well after last night? You weren't in too much, danger, right? I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted." "Oh yeah, I kind of scratched it behind his head. I dropped you on the roof. My bad. My bad." He just kind of looking to the side. Gwendolyn says, "I'm doing peachy," which is more than I can say for you. I can't do a Gwendolyn voice. I don't even know how it sounds. You look. Gwendolyn says, "You look like sideways trash." He chuckles to that. He's like, "That obvious, right?" He kind of looks to the others, and Lord just kind of whistles, kind of like kind of hisses to the side. And Balin just kind of hums a little tune, looking off. He just kind of slinks. He's like, "I guess it is that obvious. I'm sorry. I didn't sleep well last night. I was replaying what happened over and over again, thinking of anything I could do differently. He kind of coughs a bit. No matter which way I tried, I couldn't figure out how to change it." Gwendolyn kind of walks over and I imagine sits next to Brew for this, and will order from Balin to pour some of that fruit juice as in a cup for her. And then she says she wants one shot of it with the strong stuff. Balin kind of looks over at you. She's like, this is not an alcoholic beverage." Whatever. She like walks over behind the counter. Brew's like, "Second counter over there." She's like, right, and she pulls something out, and she's like, "It's like 10 in the morning, Gwendolyn." and looks over at you. It's Gwendolyn retorts, "It's 8 p.m. somewhere." She just kind of shrugs and just pours some of the fruit juice in a glass, pours you a little bit of some of whatever this alcohol is. You're not really sure, into a glass, or into the same glass. She takes a cap over it, kind of swishes it back and forth, and then slides it over to you, and she says, "No guarantees it's not going to taste like shit." She kind of looks over. Gwendolyn points to kind of the drink and kind of like nudges to one side towards Brew. She kind of looks and says, "I guess both of you are doing bad habits this morning." And she will reach behind the counter, grab another glass, and pour half of yours into a cup, and then slide it over to Brew. And Brew's like, "What's this?" She's like, "Something to drink. I was going to give you one without alcohol, but Gwendolyn thinks you need a kick, I guess." Gwen's typing, by the way, so that's what I'm saying. Gwen is typing a lot. While that's happening, Allure will kind of speak up and just say, "Well, outside of things last night, or I should say outside of the main thing we've been talking about that happened last night, she says, did you hear, well, I'm imagining it'll come up in the meeting, but about Umbra?" Baden's like, "Yes, I heard about her. Unfortunately, I'm not exactly too thrilled to hear about how that went. Though I applaud Crow with the effort for trying." I think I got her voice wrong. Yeah, whatever. Balin kind of rinses something out, and then she takes her glass and just starts downing the fruit juice. Gwendolyn kind of sits up, and she just says, and she will sit up and say, "Cheers to a mission well done," and kind of looks over to the rest of the group and says, "Honestly, it could have gone way worse. We could have all been prisoners." And just kind of shrugs and downs her drink. Brew kind of like looks over and he's like, "Yeah, I guess only one of us is." Laura kind of thinks, she's like, Brew, that just because of what happened last night, that doesn't mean that we can't still get her back. You know that, right? It's not over yet, just because we didn't even know that she was going to be there. How would we have planned that? If we had... She kind of says, "You can't blame yourself for this. You know that, right?" And Brew just kind of slinks down. It's like, I hadn't left to join the fucking retribution before. He kind of just like, you can see he's starting to like tear up a bit, and Baden's like, "Oh no, not again." And Laura's like, No, Brew, stop. This is self-debasement is not becoming of you, Brew. It's like it's deserved. I betrayed all of you. I betrayed her. What am I doing? I don't know what to do. Just kind of like looks to the side. Gwen is typing. Still typing. Here we go. Gwendolyn, after finishing her drink in one quick rush, puts the glass down and looks over and says, You think of a damn good reason and you live with it. She kind of says it. She'll reach over, kind of putting a hand on Brew's back and say, "If you stop now, then it would be for naught. Roll me, if you can in the Discord, roll me roll me either a charm or a sympathy. You can roll it in the Discord, even while you're on the toilet. God, I just saw in chat they don't call him Brew for no reasons. Crazy. What was it 14 plus 3? Okay. Yeah, okay. He kind of looks over to you, looks at the drink, and he kind of thinks. Allure kind of nods. He's like, well, she'll sit straight up and just say, Brew, this isn't over. Alright? Like Gwendolyn said, it would all be for naught if you just give up here. So, excuse me for being rude here, but stop sitting there sulking about this. She kind of thinks. She's like, you can see she's like thinking about something. We're going to get her back. One way or another, we're going to get her back. She looks at him. Do you understand? We're going to figure out what's happening with her, why that reaction or whatever I heard about happened, and we're going to get her back. She's like, well, there's a chance. He's like, I don't care what chance it is. We are getting her back. She kind of thinks. She kind of sits back and says, that's what people in a tribe do for each other. We help each other achieve our goals. And your goal, not just goals, each other's happiness. She looks over. Your happiness lies with her. So we'll help you get that. Besides, she kind of thinks, she didn't tell you that she didn't love you, right? He kind of says, he didn't tell me anything, actually. It sounded like she was going to say something. She was insistent that we were different. Things were different, and that things couldn't be like they were. And Allure kind of looks over. She's like, well, even if things couldn't be like they were, that doesn't mean they can't still be anything. Gwen says, and Gwen kind of leans over and says, doesn't mean they can't be better. Laura kind of nods. You're right, exactly. I know it's not fair of me to say for you to not sulk. I know how I was when I heard about how things were with Titus. Balin kind of looks, like, you can see she's across the corner, or the countertop. She's like, stops what she was drinking, kind of like looks in her cup a bit. She says, but I moved past that. Not just for me, but to make sure that I could help everyone here. So that I could be stronger afterwards. And she kind of says, and I know you can do it as well, girl. That's why I'm telling you this. We can get her back. Just have to think of something. Who kind of thinks that machine. He kind of looks over. Just that machine. Gwendolyn she kind of looks over, about to say something. Rue kind of thinks, I need to talk with Kaya about something. Balin kind of looks over, kind of curious. And Gwendolyn looks over and says, "Are you brewing up a plan?" Giving a smirk. And Brew kind of stops after he sat up, and he kind of says, I think I'm mixing something." And it gives like a slight smirk. He starts kind of walking a little bit towards the door. And Alora's like, There we go. She looks at you, Gwendolyn, says, "You're good at motivating him." By the way, you two aren't, she kind of like swings her arms around like, you aren't like that, right? Not judging if you are, just, no. By the way, Brew has at this point left the vessel. Gwendolyn replies, "Nah, just bird watching." Which Allure kind of thinks, like, I'm... Gwendolyn, you might... Sure. She just kind of chuckles. There's an expression, and sometimes it might... And some people will say that can be another thing. And she just chuckles to herself. Just... Anyways. Oh, he didn't touch his drink. Well, as she kind of reaches for it, Balin just kind of picks it up and downs the drink and just says, Ugh, whoa, this tastes like shit with alcohol in it. Let's not start you with bad habits more. She kind of wipes over her mouth. And, like, sits up. Alright. That's saying something. She looks over to you, Gwendolyn, as Gwendolyn says, really put some hair on your chest. Oh, anyway, we gotta get going. We're about to have a meeting in like 10 minutes. And Alora's like, oh, it's that time already? Shit. She kinda sits up. Alright. Oh, speaking of which, I wonder if... I talked with my mother about something. And Balin says, you did? Did you manage to convince her? It's like, well, I... Oh, sorry, no, wrong voice. Well, I think I was persistent enough, like you saw me today, Bathan. She kinda gives her a smile. It's like, I see. She just smiles. They share a moment, and then they make their way out. Gwendolyn, I assume you're following. Alright. So now we will get to the meeting. Where everyone is. So, at the meeting... Yeah. There you go. Everyone arrives to the little operations center. In the ship. Or I guess you guys wouldn't have... Oh, no, yeah, you do have operations in the ship. The circular room. Within, you find that there is Kaya, who seems to be talking with Brew about something. Brew is... He seems very, like... From what you all can gather, there's a certain... Even with your passive mood, there's a certain kind of insistence and kind of... I'd almost say there's a mix of desperation and assuredness in his like demeanor, as you can hear him saying like, Kaya, please, I understand the situation. I understand you're worried about my condition, physically and he kind of balls his fist mentally. But I can do it, all right? I can handle it. I can take it. And I would say Emiko, Pawnee, Latricia, and Crow, you're walking in during this.
Apani slowly sinks towards the back of the group.
Oh, okay.
And tries to go stealth without them noticing.
Okay.
I think Emiko would probably be front and center for this.
Mm-hmm. Roll me a stealth by the way upon it, but
Is this
What?
considered a crowded room?
I was trying to think. It would probably be a crowded room. Something I just realized though, I don't really know what there would be to hide on unless you're in the center of the room. There's like some consoles on the side of the room. I guess you could kind of hide on, but this is a pretty like
Can I
open
hide behind the
area.
door frame?
Like outside of the room or in the room?
Does the door open inwards or outwards?
Slides
Uh,
to left or right.
can I hide under a chair? Let me stop.
Like, I would say you can kind of like I'd say still roll a stealth. You might be visible, but it doesn't mean people are gonna notice you as much if they're not looking for you. Like, unless someone's like, Apani, what do you think? Like, then you'd probably be noticed, but like, you could probably slink away and most people would probably like see you fade into obscurity until they need you specifically or they have a question for you specifically.
I rolled my lowest stealth in a while. I rolled a dirty
Damn.
20.
Damn. Your lowest
Maybe
self
20
in a
is-
while. Yeah.
It's
That's
considered.
Yeah.
It's considered
I
a
mean,
low
I've been
roll.
rolling
God
a great 30s and up for a while.
Mm-hmm.
A 20 is low for me.
But outside of that, as Brew was saying something, and Crow kind of sits, he's looking at what's happening, but he's not saying anything. Same with Latricia. She'll sit down next to Crow. I imagine you'll be standing or sitting by Crow.
I'll be standing.
Okay. And standing behind the chair, kind of leaning or looking over it. And
Probably on the side, like lean against the
the
armrest.
armrest. Okay. But you can see kind of what's happening. Gwendolyn and the others are coming in as well, like after a few more words are said, but Kaya kind of thinks, she's like, Boo, you need to understand, this is not as simple as... The MLS you've been using is a lot more tame compared to what this system is. The special frame unit was... It's nearly identical to that of a Vanguard. It's trying to test the limits of what an MLS can do to a person without an NLD. The situation... You could experience a lot more damage than you think. Psionic. Then it's like... He kind of like looks over and he's like, I understand, Miss Kaya, but... I'm willing to do anything if it means getting Bella back. She's like, and that's what I'm worried about.
Can Apani psychically communicate to Brew and say, sit down?
I think
yeah,
Emiko would
can.
like whisper to Crow. She would whisper to Crow. So, how does like Brew rate on the NLS test or whatever for the Vanguard actually?
Crow kind of crosses his arms. From what I remember, it's somewhere in the low to mid 40s or 50s. Or sorry, 50s, I believe.
Can
That's a lot of chance. That's a lot of chance to get brain fried.
Yeah, it is. But it sounds like it's not exactly an NLD. Go ahead, Apani.
Can Apani roll to see if she heard that?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead and roll me an awareness.
Okay. Is this
Yeah, and
populated
also
area?
yes. Yeah, we'll say it's a populated area. Usually that's reserved for like town squares and stuff, but we'll say. Gwendolyn is spinning in a chair in case anyone would like to.
Apani looks over and giggles.
Gwendolyn has no thoughts. What'd you get?
Gwendolyn, I see
ten.
Emiko sees
I rolled a
Gwendolyn and she
two.
is Damn.
Oh.
Emiko sees like Gwendolyn like spinning around in the chair, and she is jealous of her spinning.
Apani, you heard them murmur something about an NLD and something about Brew, but you didn't hear exactly what they said. But yes, were able to connect with Brew and say sit down. And Brew kind of like looks like to the side, like left and right, and kind of like you can see looks over in your general direction, and just kind of looks like in his head he just thinks. He says, Apani, what? Why are you? This is important.
It's not worth dying for.
I'm not going to die, alright? I'm just...
You can't promise that.
He kind of... When you say that, he does kind of stop thinking. Well, about that. Not stop thinking in general. Bruce stops thinking. Yeah, Bruce's brain has now solidified into a solid mass of one singular cell magic.
Yes.
He kind of thinks, I know I have asked for your forgiveness. All of you, your forgiveness. He'll look over. Actually, he sees his both of you, and he says to all of you as you're entering in, I've asked for all of your forgiveness about this matter, or many matters that pertains to me. My time at the Retribution and my spying. My inability to do certain things. Even last mission, I was a liability. But I must ask of something selfishly here. Please let me do this. He looks over at Akaya.
Apani is going to stand up and say, I'll forgive you if you stop going on suicide missions. We can save Bella. You can sit down.
He kind of like, you can see he kind of grips his fist a bit, and he's just like, I have to do something. I can't just sit here and do nothing.
If you want my
Imiko
forgiveness, we'll stop.
before they...
Go ahead.
Imiko will probably like speak up and say, I'm gonna have to side with Apani on this one. You're gonna have to sit this one. After what happened at the party, after what happened with Wolf Dude that did to you. Oh no. You're gonna have to
Kaya kind
Rest
of
up.
crosses her arms and thinks,
if you want to say Bella.
Girl, you know the rules.
Especially with that like NLD.
Dude, she kind of looks through. You understand the rules that we've made about NLD type of installation. Says, but this isn't an NLD installation. Didn't you say this was meant for people that don't have an that aren't capable of using NLDs? She says, yes, that's true, but it's still experimental. Even with an MNLS, it might drive more information from your brain. It might not be an NLD and cause the same damage, but that doesn't mean it can't cause. But it doesn't mean it can't cause any damage. That's the point. He's like,
Is there any training he can do to better his chances?
Pro kind of thinks.
Probably.
Actually, there might be. You said it kind of looks. Kara kind of looks over.
But yeah,
Like-
Imiko.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Did you want to say something, Imiko? Or are you good?
Oh, I was about to say something, but you said something first. So it's
Okay.
okay.
As you're saying, before Imiko speaks, we'll say, Pro would just kind of nod and he'll say, remember the simulation that we all use? Well, occasionally used to use more. I feel like we haven't exactly had to use a simulation these days. Well, that can also simulate certain types of combat experiences because of the way the MNLSs connect to us. Sensations, things like that. I mean, it can't physically hurt you, normally. But there's a chance we could kind of hook up a rudimentary version of what he would be using. But there's a chance that it could also do some more direct damage to the psyche.
Like what exactly?
Well, I imagine the way the system's set up right now is it's just a simple, how would you say, like a demo, I guess you could say, area. Our senses are hooked up to this, hooked up to the MNLS, and it just simply gives us a bunch of, I guess you could say, thoughts about what we're doing, and then it displays on the simulation what we see in the stream. This would be a bit more viscerally connected. It would probably mean that the sensations would need to be increased Just as a thought, Kaya says, yes, that is a way of doing it, but it doesn't mean that he will be...
Emiko will speak up and look towards Brew and says, and what makes you different, to take this MLS implant? You? Yeah. What do you think? What makes you different? She's saying it's like a question instead of like an accusation.
He kind of thinks for a moment. He says, "There's,
For all we know, you might turn into like, and no offense, you might be turned into a fried brain chicken. I mean, that's no offense.
Kind of thinks.
If it fails."
He kind of says, "Because I won't." He kind of looks at Allure a bit. He says, "Because we're getting her back. I'm getting her back. That's why."
True.
He looks over at you.
You didn't fail Bella. I failed Bella. And I failed you.
No.
I knew you were in. I shouldn't have given you that direction.
No,
you could have easily died.
I don't think you failed. I don't think you failed, Akani. I think it's more along the lines. We failed. No.
I was making
Apani.
everything worse, and I didn't even get all of the information. There was a whole book I could have grabbed, but I was too
right.
petrified.
We got enough. We got enough. Okay.
Drew kind of stop. He'll kind of hold up a hand to like stop you, and he kind of says, "Apani, you are not to blame for everything that happened." He kind of looks over to the side and says, "It was my decision to leave when I did to join the Retribution. It was my decision to abandon Bella the first time. It was my decision to spy. It was my decision to defect from them. All of that happened there is not your fault, because the situation that was prompted was due to my actions. And then he kind of says, and I'm going to make them right." He looks over at you. Imakani says, the reason that he kind of says, I can't promise, you're right, I can't promise that I might end up having my brain fried to be like a chicken, so to speak. But I can promise that I'm going to get this done before any of that ever happens.
If you turn into a chicken, you can't save Bella.
Then I'll make sure I save her first.
You can't save her.
He kind of gives you a wink. He kind of says,
well,
and I'll make sure I save her first.
Oh, there's the Brew we know and love. Now, I think you should get some training first before you decide to do this, because I hear from a little birdie that you have little to none training or rating for the implant.
Kaya says, says, it won't be an NLD exactly implant. What it will be is a modified version of the MNLS system.
From what I can hear, it sounds kind of like Armech. He looks like Crow.
Slightly.
And back to
Crow kind of looks over when she says that. He kind of says, "You're talking about glass, right? I'm actually curious about it. I can tell it's designed the same way as Quartz, but it's not a full vanguard, is it?" She kind of says, "No, it's technically more like your Raven. It's a special frame unit by base, but its capabilities are enhanced to be similar to that, like a vanguard. We did what we could to try to make a special frame that could be mass-produced in some ways. That would be on the same level. Or at least comparable. Oh, sorry. At least comparable. However, there are some kinks with some of these prototypes. That being that the MNLS draws too... the MNLS usually doesn't draw enough information from the pilot or center enough information to the pilot's brain to cause any type of damage. It simply, how would I say, gives you a provided amount of information so that you're able to pilot on a proficient level like that of any other person. It's why Seiyun and many of you without any armored knight ability or training or capabilities were able to pilot for so much longer and so much well, and comparably to others. That being said, because of what that unit is capable of, the unit takes a larger amount of load on the brain than a normal anomalous usually allows. So we had to modify it and make one special. It's not an NLD by any stretch of the imagination, but it can be more intrusive to the psyche, especially for prolonged usage. Someone like you, Imiko, or Latricia might be more capable. Maybe even a Pawnee with her psionic capabilities might be more resilient to a system like this. She looks over, but true. There are concerns if you use this for too long. He kind of nods. How long would I have? He says. Before you experience any complications? She kind of looks at him up and down. 5 minutes. Then I have to just double it then. She just sighs. Alright. I'll have the test system you all use jerry-rigged for you to do training. Considering you don't need to be, she says, though your physical health is also something you'll need to not be skimping on. That means that she'll look over. Gwendolyn, you're going to be his main primary caregiver for the moment. I want you to make sure his body is physically capable. She looks over. He kind of nods. She says, does that mean? He says, yes. I am authenticating your ability to use the glass in specific situations. He just looks like he nods like affirmatively. It's like, thank you. And he looks over to you, Pawnee, and he just says, trust. I will be fine.
You better.
He gives you a smirk. He says, I'm sure that Bella wouldn't like to see me with a chicken brain.
If you get turned into a chicken brain, I'll make you regret it.
He nods, and he takes a seat. He kind of says, well, with that out of the way, we can begin the main part of the meeting proper. He kind of says, she'll look over at Miss Apani. You do not need to blame yourself for the mission in any way. It was a success, as far as I'm concerned. She motions over to the table.
Better.
Considering the unknowns that were involved in that mission, you performed exceptionally well.
If anything, we kind of failed in, procuring.
She kind of says, no.
Well,
in fact, you actually secured more information than I believed that we would.
Procured.
What was that, Imiko?
Yeah. Oh, I was about to say that, but it's alright.
No, she's just saying. She will just continue to say, it was more successful than you realize. She'll kind of slide over a terminal pad to you, like one of those screens, and she will press a button, and you'll see on a screen in front of all of you, kind of in the central part of this area, you can see something that some information that appears, and she will say, I've cataloged pretty much everything for the moment, but I'll try to go in order. I'll try to, she says, people can read the segments in order, but I will look to see, give me one moment. She kind of says, she will say, in general, the first, she'll say, in general, the first meeting mostly had records about Darren Preach's involvement with Jovan, as well as their potential connection to Hawari. Though it did seem that Hawari had knowledge of this fact, there was no direct admission from Hawari about that he himself worked with Darren, though heavy implication is specified. That being said, it's still enough that we could use it to be potentially to discourage the retribution. The second meeting is what I'm more interested in. as I think it relates to some other other things we found out. First off, there were several people of interest that appeared during that meeting. Jovan Diaz, of course, you know, the head of the Ministry of Commerce from Memorem. Another name, Erin Augustus, the lady of the Augustus family, one of the main one of the main wealthy families in the Consortium and Lapsus proper. While she didn't seem to be necessarily working with the Retribution, they seemed to be opening the option should the Retribution take over as the main regime at Memorem. Opportunists at the moment, but it seems like the main thing they were looking for happened to be, as I look at it, where is it? Where are them? I'll just read it. Erin Augustus, while not directly part of the Retribution, collusion, she seems to be her sets, oh, sorry, I misread that. She seems to be ready to test the waters, so to speak, on a potential partnership between the Retribution and the family. Should the Retribution successfully claim Memorem and they're recognized by the government, as the government by the citizen. It seems that she is probably stacking her deck, so to speak, waiting to see that grand vision for the nation, as it was quoted in the recording. Namely, though, it seems that she is personally not tethered to or above, tethered to the Retribution, though, meaning that unless this happens, she is not going to support them. Which makes me think we don't need to worry about their support, at least until the Retribution shows any type of promise over the area, which we should be wrenching from them soon. Next was another individual from the Consortium, one I was quite surprised to read that they were here, Harris Hardock. He's supposed to be. He says, I mentioned that he's not supposed to be here. That's mainly due to a fiasco that happened with his family involving the Memorems. I believe, and she puts up a piece of paper that all of you can read. And it says, effectively, like, an incident that happened around 6 years ago. There was a kind of dispute between the Memorems, this is during the Civil War time, and their family, like, pulling some supplies from the area, where their father, the main head of the house, was shot and killed. Based on the reports by the Memorems at the time. So it would kind of leads into the idea that there is a long-standing kind of how would I put it, disdain from their family directly towards the Memorems, which makes it kind of odd that he would be here. But that being said, there's also some information you can see kind of listed in this file. He is one of the few, or there's 3 brothers to the family's kind of leadership. He is kind of one of the main ones that's leading it, with his other brother named Aaron Hardock, who is actually estranged from the family. It seems like he abandoned the family at some point within the last several years. Within the last decade, it seems like he abandoned the name of the family, or at least abandoned the responsibilities of the family, maybe keeping the last name. His other brother is Alan Hardock, who seems to be at the moment, from what the report says, is currently a governor or a mayor in the Quald settlement, which coincidentally is actually where Fari is stationed right now, that you know of. So, at least as the main guild attendant of the guild hall in Quald. Not much information on Alan, other than he seems to run a lot of their excavation and mining operations, along with his brother Harris here. However, Harris, as the information kind of begins to focus more back on him, he is seemingly a little bit more opportunistic than Alan is, or more willing to be opportunistic with parties that might not be savory, which kind of might be why he's willing to work with the Memorems, given the whole fiasco around their father's death 6 years ago. But yes, there's also some other things about why their family's kind of in a weird state. The Hardock family was are formerly, the Hardock families are. I keep saying families. I'm sorry, Hardock family. To some extent, were once one of the main premier families of Lapsus and the Consortium. However, due to its and that was mainly due to its ownership of multiple mining excavation sites around the Consortium-controlled areas. And by Consortium-controlled areas, I'm talking about during the Rising War. So not just now, but like not just what the bounds of the Consortium is now, but like the expanded empire during the Rising War. So that's all around Lapsus, right? But due to some unsavory things that were discovered about them, this relates to some involvement with some slave auctions from Gobi, and some and some other incidents of unpaid labor in some of their excavation sites, along with safety concerns that was discovered in AW03. Their family has taken a kind of sharp negative turn in the public's light, which has gotten them kind of disregarded by many in Lapsus. Somewhat in the Consortium, they're still relatively highly regarded, but this did affect their reputation. So there's a chance, and as the logs go back to the actual meeting itself, Harris seems to be actually directly providing, he seems to be there with an agreement to directly provide assistance to the Retribution through some kind of special channels they have. He is providing them information about about old refinery sites that they once held during the Rising War, that they still somewhat hold now or are decommissioned. And these are sites that the Retribution can use to develop munitions, fuel for their military pushes, and such like that. In turn, however, they will provide the Hardocks with a large amount of minerals extracted from the Torrington mines, which is the Torringtons being one of those main families you heard about from the Civil War. And you know Isaiah Torrington is working with the Retribution, so they are providing them effectively all those minerals and stuff from Memorem for this agreement. The main thing that you also noticed during the kind of meeting on the recording is that Isaiah Torrington seems very interested in what was interested in what the refineries had. The main thing Isaiah seemed interested in was their. Oh yeah, sorry. I wrote it a bit differently than how I'm reading it. I apologize. The main thing that Isaiah seems interested in was the refinery that they had taken over a few months ago. In regards to the Hardocks that families giving them information. This refinery, he doesn't list where it is, but he says it was an undisclosed. It was a refinery that was being used by an undisclosed company that was once theirs and was repurposed from an old mining rig. It's from the Hardocks a while ago. Harris had said they sold it to this company that was not mentioned. Maybe like a year or two ago, because they weren't using it, and that they completely changed like what it was being used for, so they have no idea. But since the Retribution has it now anyway, that's fine. Hawari seems to loathe the idea that Isaiah about this whole idea of even working with the Hardocks, like even giving them the idea of giving them resources from Memorem. However, Isaiah has kind of softly influenced that this is a necessary evil so that they can get back at the Retribution, or Retribution get back at the Consortium later. They need this to fund and fuel their war effort, so, Hawari is allowing it to persist for now. But Isaiah is interested in the prospect, and ultimately Hawari allowed it, saying that they would transfer the minerals in the coming days so long as the info was provided to them that night about the rig's resources, which it seems like that probably was, if not during that meeting, though. Next was, I believe, Isaiah Torrington. Isaiah Torrington is the main head of the Torrington family, of which most of them are kind of not alive anymore. But of the survivors of the family, he has effectively put their main estate and all of their funds into the Retribution. He is wholeheartedly working with them, and he has been also acting, in this meeting it's shown, he's been in fact acting to undermine Sheen's administration pretty much since the beginning of Ishin taking power. So yeah, Isaiah also is not in the government like officially, so he is just like a wealthy family, like a wealthy business owner, effectively. So for what it's worth, Jovan again is in the actual government, though we'll see how long that lasts after this information as is given. Next we have, of course, by the way, stop me if you have any questions for like each other or for Kaya as she's going through this. Next during that meeting was also mentioned from Lala and Watar, which you know as the aunt, well, the aunt of Bella, but also the sister of little younger sister of Hawari. In terms of information about Lala, herself, the younger sister of the Watar house and one of the few surviving members of their family, of the main line of the family. Her aims are centered on her own business ventures and furthering what seems to be the Watar house. For this, she seems to require funding, it seems, based on her aims here and around the art auction, to develop their family in the fields of engineering and development, it seems. It seems that she's gotten curious specifically around firms like Gorgata and Ala Enterprises and what they can offer. However, she has, and it's very clear from the beginning of when she starts speaking, especially to her brother, she does not like her brother, she does not care about her brother ain't shit, is what she thinks. She has come there with no interest in the slightest of working with Hawari or the Retribution. She does not care. She does not like... Honestly, it'd be wrong to say she doesn't care. It'd be more accurate to say she deliberately doesn't like them and is insistent about disliking them. That being said... Oh, did I miss a question? Uh-oh. When did my mic cut out?
I haven't heard from Pepper in a while. I'm not sure how much it is.
Pepper?
Pepper's mic was going in and out earlier.
Oh. Pepper, were you saying something at one point during when I was talking?
It was like in the very beginning of the meeting. Pepper's mic was going in and out.
Oh, okay. Pepper? Pepper?
Yeah.
Were you saying something and I didn't catch it? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I think I was talking, but I didn't think it prompted, so it was talking over me, but it's alright.
Okay. I didn't know if you said something during that while I was speaking. I apologize if you did. I didn't see that message until a moment ago. Where was I? Who was I talking about? I think it was... I apologize, I lost my train of thought. Who was I talking about?
Lala?
Lala. Yeah, Lala. Okay. I told you she has no interest, and I think I left off. Yeah, I said that she does not like the Retribution or Hawari. Right, that was where I left off.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. All right, here it was. Her business at the meeting seemed to be narrowed specifically on securing some type of stake in Adala Enterprises or Gorgata Foundry. Notably, however, she is doing this. And I would say you note it in the recording. She is doing this as a specifically civilian Memorem backer, not as any type of other additional thing. She's trying to probably skirt any major damages that that her family would incur if the government, let's say, like Ishin, were to seize Adala Enterprises, as might happen soon. But yeah, she is openly, towards the end of the conversation, or what she had to say, she is openly banking on Hawari's gambit failing, despite not, and she seems to be kind of like, okay, I'll put it this way. She doesn't say she thinks that the Retribution's going to fail, but everything she says about the Retribution suggests she thinks that Hawari's going to fail. But I will say she doesn't explicitly say it in the meeting. It's just very clear. You can tell she does not think that whatever they're doing, she does not think that it's going to pan out like they think. And she is more interested with what she can salvage from it. One of the last main people to speak is Einrich Richard and Polani, seemingly his mercenary assistant, it seems. Polani, you remember, the wonderful man. He, at some point in the conversation towards the end, they start to talk a bit more about, like, the Retributions, like, the details you guys would be curious about, which is the Retributions kind of, like, movements as of late. Polani responds that they have successfully extracted the module they needed from Iconfall Ion, and that it's currently resting in Site Crimson. The Site Crimson is not given an exact location in the report, but they do refer to it a few times. He mentions the contact E364. Indigestion. He mentions that the contact E364 specified that based on the information that they gave them, that they were ready to receive their end, they were ready to receive their end of the bargain, as was Aaron, and Einrich as well was also, Einrich as well for their part of this bargain, for supplying other information, and things like that, was also ready for their end of the bargain, considering they supplied the initial information, as well as the usage of the focus system that they've been using. This reward, it seems, would be data collected from the tests that the Retribution has done from the focus system thus far. E364 also Polani also mentioned that E364 mentioned that the Retribution, would most likely struggle with the device that they had just recently extracted, the module, as they intended to install it onto the unit known as M.A. Hashimant. However, Hawari kind of callously and smugly responded that he does not care about to hear the feedback of... I guess I could do it in his voice. I do not care to hear the feedback from a creature whose mere name is an object class. We will have his data for his masters soon. There you go. Past that, when asked about what the device, I don't know why it says to see, if I need to like fix the wording on this. When asked about the device and the machine known as Hashimant, Hawari responded that with somewhat of a bit of a slight ominous undertone, you noted. He kind of, yes, I could see this in his voice, yeah. Actually, no, this is actually better presented as a third-person story. He spoke of his time in death, where he was saved by the land of Memorem itself. Some of you would kind of not know what he means by this, but I would probably say Ishin, who is present, and Apani, who saw the visions that Ishin psionically gave her, would also know what he's talking about. This is probably referring to that time when Ishin says that he had to slay his best friend, and the moments at, like, the time after that, when he was probably assumed to be dead. Like, and that he might be being figurative, but he might mean, like, being saved by Memorem itself, meaning, like, there's like a weird pseudo, like, I would almost say, like, nature kind of religious way. He's basically saying, like, he was gifted life by Memorem, or given a second chance by Memorem, in this kind of expression. And I would say anyone else that would like to roll a knowledge faith, if you roll above a 14, you would also get this understanding.
I don't need to roll because I saw the vision, right?
Yeah, you don't need to roll. Other people will, though, if they need to know what he means by some of the way he speaks here. But I will continue. For those that want to roll, they can. You know the DC. Anyway, yeah. So he spoke of his time in death and where he was saved by the land of Memorem itself. His second chance gifted to him by the old gods of or the old creators of Memorem, or their Memorem as in like their culture and such. And that this was his chance to strike back. Or not strike back. This was a chance, but he did not know what this chance would yet be for. He found himself barely alive, washed ashore on an island. He found, as he traveled the island, barely a glimmer of life or sliver of life in his body. He would find a bunker of sorts, matching old Memorem iconography, using it as a refuge. One day, he would stumble upon a crack in the wall during the wall of his haven. A pathway had seemingly opened up after a strange upheaval that happened in the sea. An enormous quake, like something tearing through the ground of the island itself, as well as some type of large kind of. He notes that there was some type of large ecological event that occurred above him or around him during this time. After it died down, he investigated the fracture in the wall, and he would discover a new pathway, leading outside of this, or leading to another section of this bunker. In this new pathway, he would find a room with old logs and records of the old Memorem, speaking of its beauty and tranquility, protected from its aggressors and sustained by a machine. This machine was regarded in the logs he read as Hashimot, in their dialect. And it was revered as a deity of bountiful life to their people and accursed death to their foes. Its legion of workers would rebuild the land and vanquish their foes in its mighty claws, its array of lights coating the land in a cleansing radiance. Along with this, he would begin to hear an odd mechanical voice speak to him, telling him to seek the Hashimot and claim its power as more salvation to bring, not just for mere salvation, but also to bring vengeance upon Lapsus, the land that had wronged their people for so long. Some in the meeting are notably taken aback by the pseudo-religious connotations of his speech. And, I would describe it as... you kind of get this, manic feel from the way he speaks. I'm trying to think of the word for it. Like the man at a congregation who's speaking to his flock, he is exasperated and ecstatic as he speaks. You can almost imagine and see his booming voice, like what you heard on the the broadcast during the summit attack, or Apani when he was speaking to you when you were upstairs. This kind of overbearing kind of presence that is exuded just even in the recording. Whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
Apani roll an instinctual.
Yes.
I feel like that might set Apani off.
Yep. You may roll an instinctual.
Okay.
Let's see. I'd say Apani is a bit shaky, but you're kind of keeping it a bit together. But you are there's definitely a notable shift for anyone that it would be looking. There is a notable slight shift in Apani's demeanor. Apani, you can feel this kind of tinge. You can feel your heartbeat kind of beating a bit faster, but you're keeping it together as best as you can right now. But you kind of are thinking about last night as you hear him manically speak. It starts to sound like his rambling. Not really. Well, I guess it would be like his ramblings last night, but it's more. It's not just last night. There was a vibe that he was kind of probably speaking to maybe fill the room and kind of suss you out. This is different. This is a manic man who is very, very taken by the idea that he is somehow this driven, like, champion, that it needs to do this. Like, this is, like I said, even the people in the recording slightly seem taken aback from his pseudo-religious connotations of his speech. But it does seem like, well, like, there's a kind of silence in a bit. Most of them kind of nod and kind of continue on, as if he, especially Isaiah, seems to kind of almost, I'd say, not dig in, kind of encourage this, as he says, as he kind of mentioned that he was saved by the land, of course. So maybe there is some truth to what he speaks, like type thing. As that kind of closes, however, you notice, I would say you note that, like, a few of them note the name Hashimat, and they mentioned something in regards to, like, its name. Hashimat, the name itself, or Hashimat, as it's said to them, is regarded in their culture as the cedar of life that gave creation to the Memorem, as they refer to it, Memorem's old world, which kind of is effectively be everything past the Rising era. So not the era you're in currently, or the era behind the one that just passed. That's what they refer to as old, or the Memorem's old.
Interesting. I think Connie would take that.
Even Crow seems to recognize, like, the name now, like, Hashimat more, and kind of, like, you can see even he is kind of thinking a bit about it. Like, he's a bit more taken aback by it.
Yeah. So
He would go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Hashimat.
Yes. Well, that is the other thing. As the meeting ends, the last main thing of note before things start kind of dispersing, you imagine this might have been closely tied to when commotions were happening with you all. Hawari adds that he will now Hashimat, while the name has reverence to their people, he will be adding a part to its name, which is Nakima Hashimat. Nakima being another word in Memorem, and and it's named after the Memorem word for vengeance. That's what he says. As Hashimats will now represent the retribution that will sweep over Lapsus, or the Consortium.
Pani kind of shrinks back in her seat, or maybe, I don't know if she's sitting or standing, but like she would, like, kind of shrink back just a bit, feeling very uneased.
Crow kind of nods. It's like knocking vengeance. Well, I guess they're getting an F for creativity. He kind of looks over. Any details about this machine? And you can see Balin actually kind of looks over. She's like, I actually went and combed through all the information I could that we had. Any mention of a Hashimat or a Nakima? Unfortunately, no. Nothing that I could find. Well, at least nothing that didn't pop up in this meeting or the previous one. Well, actually, there was one time that did. Go ahead.
Oh, Apani was gonna share information, but Balin can go first.
Nope, go ahead, Apani. Balin would stop to hear you.
Apani kind of says, there's a device, that was uncovered in Icon Falls that allows them to use Nakima or M.A. Hashima. E36 told them where the device was that could activate. Well, he said that it was in Icon Falls.
And that kind of nods. She
So
says,
like
that was she kind of notes that you're a little bit nervous. She says, yes, that was actually something I was thinking about. That was one of the areas where it popped up, specifically under the term MA, but I don't know what it means. Kaya doesn't say anything to that, but she will. She definitely seems like she's thinking about something. Balin continues, and she kind of thinks, whatever it is, they most likely have it now, but it doesn't mean that this machine is operational. It sounded like they still have they're working some kinks out with it. You can hear, you kind of look over, Latricia says, how long do you think that we have until they get the activated? It's well tough considering we don't know what it is, but probably. Kaya kind of murmurs, she says, most likely a few months at latest. Balin kind of turns, she's like, why do you say that? She's like, just a hunch. But I need to check something before I'm sure what this thing is. I think I might know it, but if I'm right, I think I might know why they're struggling so much. It's like, alright, well, in any case, she kind of says, that's about all we know about it. And whatever it is, Crow kind of continues to say, yeah, whatever it is, they think it's going to turn the entire war in their favor. She kind of says, Crow says, yeah, but that gets us to the other parts of this mission, or the last mission as well. Bella. Crow kind of like nods, he's like, yeah, oh, yeah, I know, I understand. That's alright. Kind of looks over at Crow. Crow nods and he'll continue. Bella Kimaris Watara, the daughter of the daughter of Hawari and Watara. Based on what information we found and what is in the system at the moment, the Guardian, and it seems like he looks over Kaya as well, believes that most likely Bella is the pilot of the Chain Gen unit. Anyone want to add anything, or just let's take it soaking in the info?
I have mixed feelings about her.
Yeah, I think he'll probably say knew it. I'll
He kind of says knew it. Crow just kind of. Yeah, Crow doesn't say anything, he just kind of nods. Upon it.
I don't think she's doing all of this willingly.
Brew kind of, when you say that, Brew's ears, like, well, not ears, Brew's kind of eyes perk up and looks over at you. Brew kind of says, you don't think she's doing it out of retaliation? She has reason to hate the Consortium like I did. After all, they took her brother and mother from her.
She does, but something just feels off.
Crow kind of, you can see he feels its NLD like on the back of his neck a bit, and he's like, yeah, something does feel off. Wait a second. He kind of says, you said, Crow looks over, Imiko, you said that Bella was holding her head like she was getting a headache? Imiko?
Oh, sorry. What was that? Repeat that.
Crow kind of turned to you, said, wait, you said something about Bella having a headache before this all started, right?
She nods at that, yeah. I'm assuming that's like part of the NLD, like kind of, they would know.
Crow kind of says, that was what I was going to say earlier. It's not always the case. Depending on when she got the installation of it, there's a chance that that could happen. Momentary lapse of judgment, headaches, nausea, things like that. But to happen so specifically, usually it's a constant state thing. It's not spikes. I was wondering.
Wondering about what?
He looks over at Apani. He kind of says, I think you might have figured it out too.
I don't know. I mean, she could dislike the Consortium, but I don't see why she would willingly sacrifice.
I'm sure there was something, probably they wanted to do it willingly in the beginning, but now it's probably something happening in the middle, and now here we are at the end.
The thing that, like,
Neil
has, isn't that kind of similar, but a lot more destructive?
Crow nods and he kind of says, that's what I mean. The focus system. Remember?
Mm-hmm. I remember.
He looks over at, like, Gwendolyn, Emiko, like the rest of the team, like, do you all remember?
I didn't forget. I think someone else kind of has a bit of control over her. You know what I mean?
Probably remote control and stuff. Kind of like how back in the stomach with those mechs with their little dummy remote shutdown.
He kind of says, no, different than that. This one's a bit more visceral. Remember what we've learned about the focus system from what Gwendolyn hacked into? Right, like kind of nods.
You don't need...
Right. Go ahead, Emiko.
No, she would probably say, you don't need that.
Kind of looks to you.
Right. Yeah. She shrugs. Well, I was wondering, like, you might say it.
It's like he kind of looks over. He's like, I mean, it's only really if she has the focus system installed in her unit. There's only really one. He says, well, from what we know about it, it can only really mean one thing. Or at least it's most likely that one thing. Remember what the focus system was intended for, based on what we found. Titan pilot. Yeah, looking at you, Emiko, like, do you actually remember, or are you just saying that?
She's like, hand on her chin, like, yes. And when she clearly does not remember.
Can I roll? Or
yeah, recollection.
You know, you guys have notes for some of the stuff.
No, I have notes.
I know you remember them. I'm saying to other people in the party that there are notes for everybody that they have.
Yeah, but I forgot to note that one down, unfortunately.
No, I mean, like, they're literally, I'm looking at them. Like, you have notes that everyone visibly can see in the team.
And Shadow Guardians.
Oh, right, I'm not on the computer right now.
Me crying as I remember pasting these notes and being like, here, they can now see these notes. Being like, I'm sure they'll...
I'm sure. Oh, don't worry, I'll be on it soon.
It's go to the thread. Don't go to the chat, because I didn't move it into the chat yet. It's just in the...
Gotcha.
Can Apani roll to see if Apani knows that Emiko doesn't know, so Apani can call Emiko out?
I think it's very clear that to everyone in the meeting right now that Emiko has no idea what's happening. And she is... first she was feigning it well, and now it's very clear when Crow asked, do you have any idea what we're talking about? That she has no idea.
Yeah, I forgot.
Emiko, so what have you been focused on?
She's spaced out right now.
Emiko?
What? I'm just like trying to remember. Probably here. She's rummaging for non-note.
Emiko pulling out like a terminal. Like, I need to start combing through notes. Like somewhere in the report. Now I know. I just need a quick refresher. Just
Yeah. Refresh me. Refresh the mind.
But yes, as that's happening, Crow will look over to you, Apani, who definitely seems to remember. And and you'll say, in any case, looks over at you.
If it's the focus system, I'm not sure what we can do.
Brew, like, looks down, he's like, there's gotta be something. Crow and Allure kind of, at the same time, kind of look up and they're like, what about if we... Crow kind of mentions hack it. They kind of look at each other like, huh. That might actually work.
Ooh.
Allure's like, it's kind of like, how would I put it? Or not Allure, Crow kind of says, we could disrupt the system's connection to her by adding a second kind of interference wave.
Ooh.
Allure's like, oh, it's like a distracting sound or something during a hunt, right? Or, maybe not, maybe I shouldn't use the term hunt, that might be a bit too mean now. I was like, no, that's actually not a bad analogy. I think that might be why the interference happened when it did. Bella probably had a reaction to something that was happening. And or what was ever connected to her probably noted it and tried to stop her, or how would I put it? Induce a reaction in her, and she probably tried to resist it. Bruce kind of like, what type of reaction do you think she was getting induced with this thing? Well, I can't really say based on the fact that I wasn't really present. I'd imagine it was probably something to do with aggression. It's like, so what do we do to interfere with that? And it says, well, first things first. I would need to be able to hack into the system. That might take me a couple of moments to breach. Once I breach it, I can enter some type of interference signal in that. Once I have the interference signal, hopefully then we can disconnect her from the actual unit itself. And it says, and hopefully, we can also do that in a small way once we have her out of the unit. The interference signal should limit the ability of the NLD to receive any type of communications from an outside terminal. We just have to keep it constantly on. And Kaya says, also, if that's the case, once we get her to a medical facility, we can most likely remove the part of the NLD that acts as a receptor to the focus system. And Brew kind of sits up, he's like, you mean you can... She's like, yes, if we could get her to a medical facility that I had the tools for, we could remove that function of the NLD to her, effectively freeing her from its conscience. Brew kind of says, In theory, it should work. Go ahead.
Sounds good.
There's hope.
Dave,
Although kind of says, we need something that can do a good interference signal. Bro's like, yeah. I'll have to think about something. I can probably mess around with the planet system with some prototypes.
I mean, we should also watch out for any, dead man thoughts just in case we get it.
And Lois like, that's a good point. Bro kind of says, most likely if I'm hacked into it, I can probably disable that too.
We should also be careful as well,
Yeah, says, right. Well, a good thing, he says, I don't plan on putting my own brain linked up to whatever that's happening. All I'm planning on doing is hacking into the system of the unit, and then separating it from it. Grogan says, but that's another thing. The issue is, there's another issue. Most likely, I won't be able to breach the system without some type of... We'll need to damage the unit somewhat partially. I'll need the system thinking in multiple things at once for an easy bridge. Once I can do that, next thing would probably be getting her out of the cockpit. I can force a Laura's kind of like, well, you can force a remote cockpit hatch open. And it says, yeah, we can also manually do it by just prying the thing off. Depends on the situation. And then the last thing, once we have her, I should say, once we hack into the system and would need to dislodge her from the unit safely. And Laura's like, I don't understand. Not Laura. Balin would kind of say, I don't understand. Why can't you just remove her from the unit once you disable the focus system? Gee. You're cutting out. Reconnect. Yep. There you go.
Yeah, I think she would say that.
You think you would say what, sir?
In case the pilot's over there. In case the pilot's like, rigged to something and say I got neck,
Kirkland says, more than just that. When we connect to our machines to our NLDs, or he's like, when we connect to our machines through our NLDs, we're not just, this isn't the same way as an MNLS. You can't just remove the headgear and you're fine. We're physically connected to the units.
So we gotta have to be there. We have to get in there all the way in.
Yeah.
Just to get her out.
That's why I said it'll be more than just opening up the cockpit. We'll have to make sure that not just the focus system is shut down, but we can cause a separation in this of the unit and her. Otherwise, who would ask this? I'm trying to think who would ask. Probably. Machine's been kind of just patiently sitting and listening, but you know what? Relka, who hasn't said anything, has just been listening. She says, she'll speak up. She kind of says, if you remove her from the system, or if you don't remove her from that system and remove her from the unit connection, and you just tear her out, what's the worst that could happen? This is worse. Well, worse is she's brain dead. He looks over at Brew, who's kind of looking over. Sorry. Bit more tact. The worst that could happen is that she would suffer an acute brain lapse.
Just say it'll give her brain damage. Okay,
yes.
Why not, kid?
She will have a bad amount of brain damage. Velka kind of says, and in the best case scenario, she disconnects from the system and we disconnect her from the unit safely, and she's relatively fine. She might have some difficulties with motor functions for a few days, but that's about it.
It could be potentially crippled. For life or temporary, like you said. Oh no.
He looks over, he's like, I'm trying to make this not sound bad, Nimiko.
Hey, come on. It's bad as it is. So it's bad as
no.
you do, bad as you don't.
I want to hear this, it's fine. I need to know how serious the situation can be. It's like, right, just... If everything goes as we need it to, we can disconnect her relatively safely. But there's, again, 3 main things. First, weaken this unit enough that I can get into the system easily. Otherwise, I can try out while we haven't weakened it, but it's going to be hard. I need more time. Second, set off the focus system so it stops inducing a reaction with her. Third, disconnect her from the unit. Now, if it's like, why not? Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, Emiko would chime in it. And fourth, in case they decide to have a group with them, we need someone or people to distract them while we do that.
Says that could work, but that would probably fall in the first two things. Okay, it's like, I don't understand. Why not just simply just disconnect her from the unit without the focus system? Bro kind of says, well, here's the thing. If we don't, it's not necessarily, at least I don't know how much damage the focus system being not shut off and removing her could do. Maybe some psyche damage or something. I'm more worried about the focus system. I'm more worried about her trying to kill us the entire time. So if we can shut off the focus system, we can probably limit the amount of aggression she has.
Hopefully so.
In any case, it seems like a good plan. Milka says, or Latricia was saying, do you plan on doing it with the others as well? So, huh? Do you plan on hacking into their units and disconnecting them? It's like, it might not be a bad idea, but we might have to pick our battles. We can't exactly, kind of says, doing that on everyone at once, I don't think I can do at that quick of a pace. Honestly, just being able to do it to the main unit, to the vanguard, is already going to be the toughest task.
So what about one at a time?
It's an option, but it means more time and more danger.
More time means more damages. More damages means less time to get stuff.
Yeah, look, it kind of says.
People out.
Why not just disable the rest of the unit? She's like, you mean, like, shut them down? She kind of says, she nods. It's like, well, that is a thing, but again, more time. She says, I don't mean with your hacking. I mean with our with blunt force trauma. It's like, oh, you want to just break the units. She just nods.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
And it says, technically that would work to a certain extent, but there's no guarantee the focus system shuts off even if we just disable the unit's movements and things. He kind of says, didn't you say that the focus system has a remote shut-off, correct? Didn't you say the focus system has a remote shut-off, correct? It's like, it does. It also has an auto shut-off. But they could override that. She kind of thinks, I don't think that they would personally do that. Yeah, but I don't know if whoever's controlling them. So now you remember it. There's another. She kind of thinks. What about? Remember on the summit attack? She kind of thinks. What about it? When the attack happened, all of our transmissions had issues due to the strange interference we experienced. He says, oh, you mean the EM waves? Yeah, there was an EM disturbance. Kind of stops. Wait. There was an EM disturbance field.
Wait, kind of like E6, whatever that guy's name is. That's
right.
Like, announced there like.
Yeah, when we were talking with that guy that time, he had a remote EM disturbance field. So he kind of says that. So you can tell some people are kind of like slack-jawed looking. Mainly, I wouldn't say Brew. It's mainly like Brew seems to actually be understanding like at least this communication stuff. But like, you can see that like Gwendolyn's not exactly paying attention as much. Balin is intently listening, but she's kind of confused a bit. Ishin does seem like he's paying attention, but you get the idea he doesn't understand like the technological stuff that much, but he is paying attention, as best as he can.
So, what's your theory about this show?
Casting silence, but only it works on technology.
Crow's like, exactly.
Oh, wait.
He kind of like has like this very happy expression, like when he sees you make the curse. He's like, exactly that. Kind of says, if we use something like that, there's a chance. It looks over.
Wait. If it's like what Pani said, then someone must have like have like a powerful like spell like that, right? Mass silence, something
Not
like
sure
that.
if it was
Well,
tech,
we're
but
more talking about tech, but I could.
Yes, I know, but sort of like that, you know. Someone must be
Yes,
powerful to do that.
it's the member. He kind of says the Yeah, Crow was in that. Yeah, Crow was in that battle. Oh no, Crow wasn't in that battle. He was, so he wouldn't
Yeah, he
know.
was.
But
He
no,
was.
he wasn't. He wasn't in the
Oh, he
summit battle.
wasn't.
Yeah, remember this is the
Oh,
summit.
right.
Yeah, but Gwendolyn
Right.
remembers because she tried to hack it. And who else was north of Gwendolyn at the time? Actually, Allure. Wait. Yeah, you were.
Wait,
You
no.
you were, I believe, you were in the middle, and then you went north. I think Allure saw it too. You destroyed one of the missiles, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
So yes, you remember then. You would probably remember it. Remember what the missiles did when they hit the ground? They opened up. They didn't explode. They just opened up, and they started emitting this weird like they started spinning and emitting this weird like sensation, and you noticed like all of your comms went down. Crow's talking about something like that, and Arpani is making a good comparison between it and the silence.
There's a lot of correlation between this and like E6, whatever E-Boy's like thing as well.
Kurgan says, well, that's what it was. He obviously had some more advanced one, probably one connected to his unit, which we wonder if we could do.
We could probably mimic it, perhaps.
I could try. If I make some type of local EM wave disruptor, I might be able to induce the reaction we're looking for in a wider area. Maybe even make it into some type of dispersal weapon. Something that we could fire into an area, cause some type of communication disturbance. That interference might allow us at least some amount of... It might not stop any local activations of the focus system. For instance, anything that's in their system connected. But it would mean that nothing remotely, for instance, from outside of that area, would be able to induce a reaction. Meaning the only thing we'd have to worry about would really be Bella's ability to, most likely her focus system has no limit. The others, unless they physically hack their systems themselves, it couldn't be remotely switched on again.
I say we go for it.
Fair nods. It's like, I can probably make some.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need time though. I'm probably a few weeks.
You help with that?
Yeah, he kind of nods. I need some components. Kaya kind of says, don't worry, the guild will be able to supply those. Just tell us what you need. Kind of nods to myself. He kind of says, a remote disturbance system. Yeah, kind of like... You can see he's kind of pacing, thinking about it. Relka kind of like sits back in her chair, crossing her arms, nods, like very like affirmed. You can see like very happy with her observation and such. He kind of thinks, because it's the Gadab units, not the ones that you, of course, the black and red ones you fought once. Standard ones have what are they called? Discharge and disruptor-based weapons. Things that are designed to disrupt enemy units' communications and functions. If you want to, feel free to take some of the units. Take one of the units we have when you get to the encampment, and reverse engineer it. Sheen kind of look. He kind of looks so. She'll look over to Sheen, and she says, "I believe that is all right." And Sheen just nods and says, "Yes, that is. After all, we help our allies. And it's over."
Many allies, indeed.
Kuro kind of thinks, I might be able to do another thing as well.
Yeah, not only that, we could also ask my grandfather to help.
Kuro kind of says, yeah, I might need him to actually send me some information about certain coding stuff, but the issue is, there's a small issue. I might not be able to... Something I'm not sure about is how to do a jamming signal that won't affect us as well. A better way of saying that would be, Rucker kind of looks at it. If you activate this signal, there's a chance that all of us won't be able to communicate outside of it as well. He nods.
Like a smoke screen, yeah.
I can silently communicate just like I do in silencing fields.
Yeah. She says, yes, but you're only able to do that within a mile. True. She nods.
Yes, so we all have to be close to each other.
Joe kind of says, I can probably keep the dispersals at least so that we can communicate on comms within it, but outside of it, I'm not sure.
If we cut it completely, then they can't communicate to each other.
True. Outside of loudspeakers, but then everyone hears it. Well, he kind of looks over. What's the play? Do you want? I mean, I can try to make a signal that won't affect all of our systems, but I can't guarantee that it will work, and I can't guarantee that I'll be able to make it quicker.
What do you all think?
Well, I think we should find out how to circumvent that little issue. I don't know what. Perhaps we can use a shield or something. What?
So you want me to try to make a signal that isn't going to affect our systems?
Possibly, yes. Or we could probably find like a shield of sorts, something to block it out for us. But I don't know.
I can try to think of something. I'll figure out what I can.
Do you think that how
Hawaii.
Do you think that he'll be there?
Looks over him. And when he notices that Imika says Hawaii. Hawaii? I mean, based on what we have information-wise, he pulls up on the screen about the stolen. They wouldn't be stolen now that you know. The taken Autolot Enterprise Black Fury units. And also he pulls up the change-in unit. They're all one-seater units, so most likely no. But there's no guarantees, if that's what you want me to say, but I doubt he will be. Besides, I have a feeling that Hawari's more interested in this Nakima thing than he is with the Gen unit.
If I could avoid running into him again, I'd like to.
He kind of nods, sure, yeah. Whereas, the next thing is trying to get them all in a place where we can actually do this. We want this to be on our terms relatively. Patricia says, this site Crimson. He kind of nods. Yeah, I noted it in the reports as well. Based just on the name, I'm willing to bet that it's the site that they're all stationed at. It's also where they sent this module, so if we want more information about it, we probably should try to find it. Kind of thinks. Well, we're gonna have to wait for more information about it. The moment we can. Vilka says, you could all mount an operation. Or no, she didn't say they, she could say, you would. She would say, we could mount an operation on taking it out. Or enacting your plan. Alright, well I guess that means we know what we're doing. Aside of all of our other things. Making this disruption device I'll need some time for. And then, when we're capable, mounting an operation on this Crimson site. Or whatever. Brew kind of nods, he's like, then that means I have around, it's at least 2 to 4 weeks to make sure I'm ready physically for this unit. He kind of nods, he's like, yeah, and also to get better. Can't be having blood bags in that in that unit while you're piloting it, alright? It's like, right, I'll be fine.
Yeah, you should probably shield up after what happened back in the summer.
He kind of says, I'll be good.
You know?
Says,
Are you sure?
Despite what it might have looked like last night, and definitely what it felt like, he kind of sits up, I will make sure that I am at the utmost ability soon. I'll just need a few more days of rest.
Hopefully you get better, especially with Gwen here on standby.
Gwen will stop spinning, nod, and then start spinning her chair. You'll see Kaya kind of stops for a moment, and she presses her transceiver device. She's like, Yes. You don't say. Well, they have just completed the previous operation as reported. I will ask them. However, I would still recommend at least a day reprieve. Do not. More details will be, then we'll get the rest of the details there. I will tell them what you told me. She looks over. And she will press her button, press the button on the transceiver device, ending the call. It's from the encampment. Lyshishka had just gave me a report about something, as well as some information. Your next operation. You mentioned, Ishka says, you have some options again, but I know that you are all ready to go to Icon Fall. However, there's a potential other option. It seems as though we've been contacted by someone of an intriguing cadence, we'll say. Someone that we met, a group that we met around around 2 weeks ago. Was it 2? 3? About 2 or 3 weeks. 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Which one?
Leviathan Strife.
Oh. There.
What do they want?
Apparently, she looks over, as I look over and read the thing, and I totally have it pulled up. Totally not flipping through my pages right now. I have it pulled up right here, right here.
This is a rare occurrence where I actually remember what they want off the top of my head.
I remember part of it. I just don't want to say it wrong. No, that's the other mission. There it is. She kind of says, she will speak and say, she'll also, no, she'll just say it. She'll say, Leviathan Strife, as you all know, is officially, as per Guild and Lapsus records and current status, is a pirating group, in some cases people would say an eco-terrorist group, that is seen in the Lapsus region as well as the Shirisian region. That being said, they have currently asked us, that being said, while outlaws, they have persisted us in a previous operation and at the moment are asking us for a potential joint operation. They are offering information about the retribution and their movements in a more direct way, as they have apparently gone at the ire of the retribution as well. They are asking for a deal. Some of their members have been captured after skirmishes they've had with the retribution in the last few months. near Iconfar Isle and around Lapsus. They wanted to know... they wanted to know... Wait, they wanted to know if they knew... they said they wanted to know about some of the they wanted to know about if they were still mining things on Iconfar Isle, it seemed. After Tahari Hakma had stopped most of that a few weeks back. That's, well, it seems that it was in relation to their investigations about Compound 33824. While the pirates have been raiding refineries for these materials, they seem to have figured out where certain key excavation sites are aboard. And this is something the Retribution apparently wants the resources for. What they are asking for is to assist them in a joint operation to raid a sea drilling rig off the coast of Memorem, between here and Delta, or here in the Consortium. It's a leftover sea, based on what I know at the moment. I believe it's a leftover sea mining rig from the Rising War, probably most likely repurposed by the Retribution. Leviathan Strife wants the rig decommissioned, though apparently the initiative is currently in discussion to debate about how that decommissioning process will occur. The Consortium is vying for a complete destruction of the rig. However, the Guild is suggesting a lighter approach, something more potentially, or something more lighter-handed that would result in less pollution in the air.
Does Leviathan Strife want less pollution as well?
Yes, they are vying for the decommission. However, the Consortium is being difficult as it pertains to working with Leviathan Strife.
Then I'll do it.
Hmm?
I'll do it.
Well, I understand.
What are you suggesting? What are you suggesting right now?
I imagine you're
Anything
suggesting...
not...
Anything to not what, son?
What was that?
Just... I can do it. Ignore what I just said. I can do it.
What do you mean by that?
Kaya kind of takes note, but she'll continue. She kind of looking at you, but she just kind of continues. Well,
A suspicious look as well.
yeah, there's definitely a notable suspicion even in Kaya, but she's not gonna pry, at least at the moment. She might talk to you in person, outside the meeting on a personal level, just to see if you're okay.
She will do this as well.
But she'll continue and say, yes, which sounds like you're suggesting is a black op of sorts. However, I imagine we will not be allowed to do so, considering the Shadow Guardian's recent reputation. I believe they want us acting above board for the most part. While yes, this group was a black ops group technically, in recent times it has become difficult to do such without reputation.
So is the whole initiative in agreement? The Consortium just wants to get it over quickly instead of making sure there's no pollution?
Correct, to a certain extent, the spokesman at least, but the decision has not been made if we will work with them. Another issue is Noblesse also seems to not be sure if they would like to work with the pirates that they have raided their country several times, or parts of the country.
So how about we just ask them if they're okay with us doing it, and they can leave their soldiers at home?
It would still be an official initiative maneuver, so if they agree to let us do it, we would unfortunately be acting as part of the initiative in this agreement. Also, because this agreement would extend to more than just that. Just this one mission. If we want the information provided that they have, we'll most likely, it sounds like they want us to work more with them, and they're asking for something else. She kind of sighs and says...
If they ask for something... Sorry, let me just say something.
Yep.
If they want something that we need, then we need something back from them. You know how it is?
That's...
equivalent.
She says that would be the information they have on multiple retribution sites.
I have something to ask them.
She looks up. What would
Will
that
they
be?
agree to not do anything illegal in any guild locations or initiative locations if we agree to this?
I'll send them a message. She says, I'll send the encampment a message. Apparently, there is a spokeswoman there to speak on behalf of them. I believe it was Miss Kada.
Oh, I'm interested in working a deal out with them.
Hey, isn't that fox girl I saw with tires not too long ago?
Yes, that's the one that was at the time detained by by Memorem. But yes, don't worry. They are under guild. They are under protection from the guild at the moment for this meeting. They will not. The consortium would, well, not just the consortium, but no one in the initiative would dare try to act against them, at least as a matter of principle. Right? So, if we can get some type of deal like that, she looks over to you, especially if we could get them to somewhat calm their habits as of late. There's a chance that we could get something useful out of this. From what I understand, at least, there's a reason. While some are questioning the validity of their claims about the information, I do not doubt that Leviathan Strife 1 and 10 truly does want this rig to be decommissioned for bootage. And 2, I do not doubt that they have the information in regards to the Retribution's facilities and whereabouts. If anyone in the seas would know about where their flights are, it would be them.
I agree. I think they're being genuine. So I'm willing to work a deal out.
It sounds, says, I'm curious as well. If I would wager, I'd imagine they want some form of immunity for this time.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if they agree not to attack on guild or initiative soil, I don't see any issue of giving them immunity for things they've done in the past.
As I would I not.
Ain't guild. Yeah, Sultan ain't guild like property or anywhere that's like allied or affiliate.
She nods.
We lost you for 2 seconds.
Yeah, we lost you for a moment.
Yeah.
She says, I will relay it to them, and we will be. She says they will be waiting for. I imagine they'll be waiting for us to meet with them when we arrive. Once the main details of it can be hashed out.
When are we arriving?
Within the next 5 hours. 4 to 5 hours.
Would we be decommissioning this rig if we come to agreement today?
Well, I'm sure they would like to start this operation as soon as possible. She looks over at all of you. All of you need rest. 1 moment.
I don't need rest.
I would like some rest.
Yeah. Probably rest up before this big mission.
I can't seem to.
I'm back.
I don't know.
I don't know what I missed.
No.
Hello.
What did you take a call from? What kind of call you got? Is it another scam call again?
Oh no, that was just someone telling me they wanted me to do something. Like clean something.
Gotcha.
Clean a dish, that was it.
Clean one dish!
Yeah, basically. Like, okay. Well, you didn't have to call me to tell me that, but okay. Anyways, yeah, so she will just say that she will contact them and have set up. And I think you were saying something about for that 4 hours of time. Oh, would they want to do this immediately? So Kai was saying, well, they might want to do it. Well, they might want to do it immediately. I am going to suggest that all of you get a day reprieve before them.
Good, because
I think you all need it. She looks at you when you says that.
Wow, they really.
Never mind.
She kind of tilts her head looking at
They
you.
want to like.
Connie remains silent.
They really are needy, huh?
What was that, Emiko?
Alright.
Did you say Emiko?
Did you say anything? Like, I just heard you laugh, and that was it. Emiko?
I think.
Oh, Emiko's cut now. That's what's happening. Well, in any case, that's fine because that's actually about where we're. So, I will. What's that?
Can we go on a tad bit longer just so I don't forget what the thing was in case I get questioned for it?
Which thing?
The many things that Apani has done.
I am confused.
Never mind. Nope, never mind.
The things. Wait. The things that go by. Oh! I know what you mean. Yes. Actually, yeah. We will. I was gonna say that was actually what I was gonna do. I was gonna say we're gonna end soon, but what I was going to do before then was Kaya was going to pull you aside after the meeting had closed. Man, Crow.
Oh, Emiko said they're awfully needy.
They're awfully needy. In referring to.
I think that's in referring to the one group.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay. Well, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Enough. Well, be that as it may, it will be my recommendation officially as your group's stand-in, we'll say, for leadership. She looks over. Speaking of, she'll sit up and say, this meeting is adjourned. Oh, actually, there is one thing I would like to discuss. In regards to the last thing I mentioned. I have already filed for it, but I will also be making it official for all of you. I am assigning, due to situations where operations like the last one have gone haywire, we'll say. I believe that it is important to elect a sense of leadership between all of you. Not as a matter of pulling rank, but as a matter of direction. And after evaluating all of you in your combat stage, your current status is combat and outside of it, as well as responsibilities and maturity around, I feel like it's understandable the decisions that are being. That is. She'll look over. 3 of you have notes. What was that? Okay.
No, I think she would mutter under her breath like that. That better not be me under that leadership role.
It is. She looks over and says, the following names for those will be those in leadership roles during operations. They'll be in charge of things like organizing, determining certain teams, and likewise. Latricia, I should say Latricia Nova. She'll look over. She looks over, by the way, when she says these. Apani, what's your last name?
Apani doesn't even know her last name.
Okay, Apani then. Oh, right. I think I remember this. Yeah, that's right. That's a whole point. Yeah. She'll just say Apani.
Apani's gonna mutter under her breath. I'm not good enough.
She does not stop. She continues. Wait, who are the other 2? It was Apani, Latricia. It was Brisk, I believe. And who was the other? Brisk for chief of was it? Yeah, Brisk chief engineer. And not Allure, not Balin, not Emiko, not Gwendolyn, not not Brew. What was that?
Damn. I nominate
What was that?
as mother. Let me stop.
Damn.
Said you nominate Emiko as mother?
Yes.
As
That's-
what?
That's an
Mother.
unfortunate role to be appointed. I would
I'm
not.
sorry. I think my Wi-Fi cut out. Did I hear that correct?
That was funny for the Wi-Fi to cut out right there too. You
Did I
did.
hear that right?
You definitely did.
Apani.
Did I hear that now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
I think it was 3 people. I think I might have known.
what's the roles?
Chief engineer for Brish. Balin is kind of. Balin and Brish are kind of both chief engineers. And
What'd you
Apani.
say, Emiko?
Okay, so who's getting elected?
He's getting elected as leadership. Its leadership roles. It is Brish. It is Balin partially. The reason it's mainly Brisk is because Balin doesn't really want the role. It's not that she doesn't want the role. Balin is more active in combat, so Brisk is kind of like the main actual chief engineer. It's the same reason why Crow isn't considered chief at the moment, chief engineer, because he's too in combat often. But he is the lead engineer in the field. Past that, Latricia and Apani are being given the leadership roles in the party. And she will say, "This decision was made due to your emotion." She would say, "Due to your maturity, as well as due to your leadership qualities you've shown. Whether or not," she looks up at whether or not you think you do. What matters is the results that you've both shown. That's it. That's all she says. She kind of says, "With that, this meeting is adjourned."
Apani attempts to slip out the door, but not very stealthy.
As you do. So, wow, I see Emiko doesn't count.
Emiko. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, I was reading what you typed, which is, wow.
So.
Crow just kind of like pats you on the back.
I know. No, please.
No.
Don't do that.
Pat you on the back and just says, Crow's like, Emiko, let's be honest. He's like, we know why, come on.
Well, we also know why you're not a chief engineer as well. She's a little bit salty.
Yeah, because you can tell. Crow like looks over. He's like, well, yeah, I'm in battle constantly. I probably would have been like if I wasn't, but yeah.
Should you be like chief battle engineer then?
Yeah, I mean, he kind of says based on what this list says, it looks like I am, but you know.
Also, I feel like she points down here that looks like someone scrawled on it and says, "Why am I nominated as mother?"
Kind of says,
It's right here. Who?
It's like I don't think that is an official.
Who scribbled that
thing?
Yeah, who did that?
Apani's not laughing.
For once, I did not do that.
Yeah, I know you're laughing, but
Apani kind of
I'm laughing too.
Looks over next to Emiko and says, "You can have my position, mother."
Nah, I don't. Nah, I just want to be nominated. Not want to be picked though.
Like,
so
I nominated you as mother.
No. She gives you the fucking glare.
Crow's like, well, you are the one. She's like, you are the one in the polycule that wants to have kids the most.
You were nominated as mother.
Emiko's turn. It's Emiko's turn to if looks could kill, he would probably kill. She would kill both Apani and Crow with those looks.
Yeah, I mean,
Apani.
He just shrugs. He's like, I'm not wrong.
Apani says, "Go ahead."
Crow kind of looks over.
He can't be unmothered.
Crow's kind of, he's looking over, Emiko's laughing. Crow's kind of looking over, concerned, because he's like, that didn't sound like she was joking. As he's about to ask, are you alright? Latricia kind of walks over. She's like, she just walks over and gives you, a big hug upon you. She's like, so what are we planning on doing then?
Yeah, what are we doing there, big boss? Yeah.
Kaya walks over and says, "Well, before all of you celebrate, I need to talk with you upon it."
Okay.
And she will
took a leadership. Well, took up
walk,
the leadership
and she will
and now it's in trouble.
take you out of the room. Crow.
Pawnee flips Emiko off before walking away. With Kaya.
Yeah, she gives you a little like a tongue out like. Bleh.
Yeah. Crow kind of is looking a bit longingly towards Apani, and he's a bit. You can tell he looked like he wants to follow, but he is holding back the urge. He kind of looks down a bit. He's just like,
You doing okay?
Yeah,
You don't look like you're okay.
She just seems a bit down.
Yeah, I was about to ask her about this.
And I think she's good for the position. Like, I actually do think that her and Latricia being right there, are the best ones in Team Plus. I mean, that last operation could have gone a lot worse if Apani didn't. I'm gonna be honest, Emiko. If Apani probably didn't tell you that you needed to cut your losses, that could have gotten a lot worse. The fact that it was even managed well at all is just because of Apani being able to make that decision. If Patricia wasn't there upstairs with me and Allure, I can imagine, honestly, there's a chance that, well, I might not be here. Umber could have captured Patricia's decision making and how we got out of that situation. Well, I mean, the reason we're out of it. So yeah, it kind of makes sense.
As much as I want to, as much as I don't want to admit it, but yeah, you're right. Bonnie did make a crack decision on that. Hell, if she didn't make that decision, go ahead.
No, I just said Latricia's not.
Oh, yeah, but hell, if she didn't make that decision, I would probably follow her back to there, and there would be a lot of trouble.
Trisha says, she just nods and says, "Yeah." Says, "Apani's hard on herself, but." She kind of looks off after, they already left the room. She kind of says, "But she's an instrumental part of this team, and this." She kind of says, "And this." She kind of squeezes both of you two closer to her.
You're right.
Speaking of,
okay.
Hey, Emiko, let's go get a meal. Let's go get Apani. We'll go to the mess hall and get a meal. I think Bru's even looking a lot better. You can see Bru's he's like, "All right, I'll whip us up something," as he's walking out of the room. Well, it's a celebration.
Yeah, sure, fine.
She's kind of walking out. She is deliberately kind of shuffling with you, kind of between her, and Pro. She's kind of she looks back and kind of makes a slight poke towards a direction with her tail and just says, "All right, come on, Emiko, let's go." And she will take you out of the room.
I'm beaten!
Meanwhile, Kaya will take you aside down the hallway. You can hear the commotion from the room. It does sound like they're about to celebrate. Probably Latricia. You can hear Bru talking about celebrating Latricia and the different roles she's were given and stuff like that officially.
Nice.
And Kaya will stand up, kind of leaning on the wall a little bit, and kind of just says, "It sounds like you're having some complications. I can tell. At the meeting, you were slightly distracted, and it wasn't just because of your appointment as leadership role. There's something else."
I'm fine.
Kaya kind of leans her head over, her feather ears kind of perk up, and she says, "Apani, I'm a mother of a paracausal user. You can't sneak that behind me." She gives you a smile, a soft smile.
I was just thinking about it. Above board, Apani still has extremely long jet back hair, and she slept in a storage room. She probably looks a mess.
Yeah, she's looking a little... Not the worst. She doesn't look as bad as Bru did, but she's looking a little disheveled. Disheveled, but she's just kind of looking.
To be fair, no one can get as much fucked up as Brew right now.
That's
That's
fair.
true.
Yeah, that is a fair point to make. But yeah, you do look disheveled, so she's just kind of leaning, looking, and just kind of giving you a very like motherly kind of smile, like look, like go on, go ahead.
I don't know. Things could have gone better, and I don't know, something about Hawaii.
So that's what you were mentioning. I thought it was something like that. When you were escaping, did you encounter Hawaii?
Yeah, I definitely encountered him, alright.
It sounds like it wasn't pleasant. I can imagine why. She kind of says, I could tell. Even just a few glances at him. Hawaii is... What's the word I would say? Hawaii is not like many politicians that you might think that are quite weak in terms of physicality or spiritual energy. Hawaii does seem to be slightly trained in a combatant of some sorts. And I was able to tell he has a decent psionic capabilities.
It's weird. I can always vanish. Like, if anything, that's the one thing I've kind of had even since I was a kid. It could vanish. It felt like he always knew where I was.
Most likely, he was using some type of psionic lore. You being somewhat potent in psionic yourself, you might have been able to feel some type of sensation, maybe a probing on the edges of your mind.
Definitely felt like that.
That was most likely what he was doing to find you, or at least know your general vicinity. There are ways of blocking him out to a certain extent. Believe it or not, you're actually probably more capable than many of us, considering your own comfortabilities with psionic energy.
I'd like to never feel like he's that close again.
Well, I can assure you one thing. She kind of puts a hand on your shoulder and says, we'll make sure by the end of this, he's either behind bars, or we'll make sure no matter what, that he won't be able to hurt you or anyone else again.
He didn't hurt me, though.
She looks at you up and down, and like raises a slight eyebrow.
That's the thing, though, is he didn't hurt me. If anything, he was trying to convince me. I don't know, it's just something about that shadow. It felt like it was creeping closer and closer to me.
Shadow. She kind of like raises her arm. Perhaps it's a shadow reaper. Maybe.
You cut out a bit.
Oh, she just said, perhaps he's a shadow reaper, is what she said.
I don't know. I can't put my finger on it.
Also,
most of the time I can put my finger on it.
There are some situations where you can be induced to see or sense something that's not exactly there. Exaggerated proportions and things like that. Tricks of the mind. Enchantment magic often is the case of this, or illusion magic, or based with spiritual magic.
No, it's just really unsettling. I haven't felt like that in a long time.
Well, I imagine it might have... She'll sit up a bit, and she'll kind of say, well, I imagine it might have given you some type of pause, maybe some traumatic recollection? An experience you've had in the past related to something like this.
I don't know. I can't put my finger on anything that's... I don't know. What do I think about it?
Well, we do the best we can. And she kind of leans over. And sometimes when we can't do enough ourselves, we can lean on each other. You can see she's actually looking at something behind you.
Napani turns her head.
At the corner, you can see a tail, like a black tail, slightly poked out of the corner from behind the corner. You recognize it immediately. It's Crow's tail.
Oh.
She kind of chuckles a bit, like to herself. Crow, you can see like the tail like seizes up for a moment, and it doesn't. You can see like he's not moving. He's trying to think like maybe she's trying to psych me out. Maybe she doesn't know I'm here. And the tail kind of slowly inches back behind the corner.
Crow, I saw your tail already.
Kind of like slowly turns his head around the corner, kind of. Yeah. Funny seeing you in this hallway. I was just going to the bathroom.
Okay.
Yeah, just down the hallway, and he kind of starts walking, like, very robotic-y.
It's okay to just say you're eavesdropping, but honestly,
he kind of
shouldn't say
stops.
that. It seemed like I was eavesdropping, low-key.
He kind of like.
I think I was really trying to.
He kind of stops. He's like, I was just a bit worried. So you just look so sad. Last night I could tell as well. I could tell that something had happened. Figured it was a worry. His shoulders kind of slink. He's just like, I just didn't know what to say to you at the time. It seemed so distraught, and I just didn't know what to do or say.
I'm fine. Abani brushes it off very quickly.
He looks over. Hmm?
I'm fine.
He'll like walk over, and he kind of looks over at Kaya, who just kind of like nods to him. Kind of looks over. If you say so. He'll look at you like he'll look you in the eyes and say, if you say you're alright, then I guess I want to say I want to believe.
Apani attempts to say I'm alright, but her lips start quivering.
He looks over at you.
She's not good at lying to him while looking him straight in the eyes.
Yeah. He notes that, and he kind of says, "Imagine I'm not making it easy. I'm sorry." Kind of looks out. He looks away from you.
You didn't do anything wrong. So I don't know about this whole leader position.
He will like walk. He'll kind of step closer to you, and he'll just kind of say, he'll like this time he does look you in the eyes, and he kind of says, he kind of looks up and says, "You're the reason that we were able to get out of that mess. I hope you know that. Everyone thinks."
Yeah, but I was also like egging on Neil. Like maybe I shouldn't have told Neil that she needed plastic surgery.
You
like,
gotta like think. He's like,
crying
wait, what?
at the same time.
He's like, you said what?
Like, I don't know. Like, and Apani's like, it's kind of just starting to come out. Apani's crying and laughing at the same time. He's like, I told Neil she looked really old and gave her a fake plastic surgery card.
He kind of thinks. He's looking. Was like, huh. Well, she definitely seemed pissed, so I'm guessing it worked.
Yeah, but that's not. A leader should like not do that.
Actually, if it can give you an opportunity, then it's all worth doing. Which, to be fair, it did. Neil was probably, because she was agitated, probably made mistakes. So.
I mean, I didn't make it any better. I psychically communicated to her something about at least I don't enslave people or something like that. I don't know.
He kind of thinks, he's like, what was her reaction to that?
She threw a glass cup at me?
He kind of chuckles a bit. Huh. You don't set... You gotta stop for a minute.
I caught it.
That's interesting. I just noticed something.
What?
Umbra got touchy about that subject too. I think Titus might have been one of the only ones in the group that was more comfortable with what they were doing. I don't think any of them were. Umbra, when I mentioned about Titus's past and them, got really... What's the word I'm looking for? Uncomfortable about it?
Well, at least we know a soft spot with them.
Well, yeah, but all of them, from what Umbra told me, were all some flavor of trafficked individual before they were there. I think that, in a way, Umbra and maybe the others told themselves that they had to do that to survive, regardless of it being true or not. But I think it's been eating at them.
Imagine going from traffic to trafficking other individuals. That's crazy.
Yeah, couldn't be me.
Connie's still laughing, crying.
By the way, during this time, like, he's kind of leaning on your shoulder, like, he's leaning into your shoulder a bit, like, and he's not, like, being, like, imposing, he's just kind of making sure you know, like, he is physically there next to you. He's just sitting down now, basically.
It makes sense. Pawnee appreciates it.
Yeah, it says,
Yeah.
well...
I never felt desperate enough that I was like, I need to traffic people. You know, I think I would rob a mansion before that.
I guess that's really okay. So I guess it'd be a bit wild for me to say something like I've never been angry enough to do something crazy, like, you know, destroy a town. But he kind of chuckles, considering I did do that. But I've also never got angry enough to do that either. So I don't know. Or desperate enough.
You know, destroying a town, I could, you know, excuse, but I don't know. Being a trafficked individual trafficking other people is just like, that's like being an orphan and there's like, I'm gonna go nuke all of the orphans.
He chuckled. He's like, we have a very unfortunate sense of humor, don't we? He kind of laughs to himself.
Like, you know, and I've been in some pretty sticky situations before. I've done some questionable things. But I don't think I've ever just been like, yeah, I'm just gonna go traffic you and sell you off. Like, no, that's... I can't wrap my brain around that one.
Kind of makes me wonder. I mean, obviously, Darren, not Darren. What's his name? The guy that I'm so sorry. What was Titus's old dude's name? Was it Darren? It wasn't Darren, right? It was
a D name. I know that.
Yeah.
It wasn't Darren.
It wasn't Dean. It was D. I'm pulling it up. It was Dorian. I make the mistake of calling him Darren, but I'm like, I know it's not Darren because Darren preached Dorian. Or Darren, anyway. Alright, so Darren. No, Dorian. Not Darren. Dorian. He says, well, Dorian sells something in Titus, I guess. I guess he sells something in Balin. Arguably, that one was probably more merited, but you know, my 2 cents.
Yeah. I mean, well, I like Balin. I don't think Balin would continuously make these choices, you know? I think it's like a one and done type of thing.
I wonder. I'm thinking about something that was said. Balin, I talked with Balin about things or last night, about my conversation with Umbra. And I think Laura talked with her as well. I guess the feeling I got was searching for redemption that they don't think they deserve. I wonder if, in a weird way, them being part of the retribution, while definitely is part for revenge, maybe in a weird, I guess, fucked up way, they actually think they're helping, like Memorem.
Probably.
I think that's why she got so upset and tried to, got more physically upset when I insisted that they were hurting the Memorem people. At first, I thought, after I mentioned, I kind of figured that she probably wouldn't have cared, but it seemed like that was what actually pissed her off the most. Maybe it made her feel like she was no different than what she was back then.
I wonder if we pissed them off enough, will they just short circuit in the middle of a fight?
He kind of looks over. Well, Captain, that sounds like something that actually would work, doesn't it? Kind of looks, or he said would work, doesn't it? He kind of looks at you with a smirk.
You know, I don't think I'm ready to be a captain.
Sure
but,
you are.
I could just put on a loudspeaker over and over and over again. Imagine being trafficked and trafficking other individuals.
He got chuckling when you say that. Well, it's at least something we know that would piss one of them off, Neil at least, but...
Oh, I could get worse. Like, imagine being ripped away from your family and seeing them murdered in front of you, and you just, like, let's go do that to other kids, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, you know, my home was burnt alive, and everyone in there was burnt alive in front of me, and then I got enslaved. So, yeah, I'm just gonna do that to everybody else.
Kind of says, I guess it would kind of be like me shooting a bunch of missiles at the Consortium. A bunch of randoms. That's I read a comment. It would be like me going, being like, oh, I'm gonna start shooting missiles at the Consortium settlements now. Which I guess in a weird way is what the Retribution did, but honestly didn't feel good about it.
Yeah.
It's funny, I think I've changed a lot. Not just from when I was younger, to meeting Kaya, Patricia, but just being in this group, meeting all of you. Yumiko, you, Apani, Balin,
Shame.
Laura, Titus, Imu.
How have you been holding up with everything?
Truth be told, better than I thought I would be. But I think maybe it's just a little bit of some of my partner's determination rubbing off on me. I feel like...
You mean Latricia and Emiko?
He kind of looks over. He kind of says, I mean you as well. He kind of nudges you with his elbow a little bit.
You know, I'm not really feeling that determined. I just, you know, I don't really plan on getting, like...
You're able to stay focused in sticky situations.
Yeah, I don't plan on being kidnapped.
Well, we'll make sure that doesn't happen. Hey, that also, next time, Captain, please try to not just leave yourself there by yourself. I mean, I'm not saying I'm the most sneaky person, or that Emiko's not a loudmouth, but, you know, Latricia's sneaky. Brew wasn't in the best situation then. Well, Latricia's sneaky. Laura can be sneaky, too. Just
If
you know.
you were put in the same situation I was with Hawari, I would never forgive myself. So better it be me.
Well, in any case, we're better than as more than one than we are as one, or something like that. I was gonna say something profound. I'm not gonna lie, I butchered it. He kind of looks over.
I know I could get out the sticky situation. It just might take a while. I'm really gonna risk y'all going down with me though.
He says, "Remember what you told me about the whole being by myself and being a decoy, not telling you all?"
Yeah, but I wasn't necessarily a decoy. I wasn't planning on Hawari seeing me or knowing I'm there. I don't even know if he saw me. It was just very uneasy.
He says, "Well, plans change, right? And you adapted well. I'm just saying, this is why it's better to have sometimes an extra person with you. Cover your back, you know? Where you misstep, they catch up."
Yeah, but like, I don't want someone falling through the third floor window with me. That kind of hurt.
That's the best part. Plus, if you had me there, I could have flown.
You're right.
And I also have some gravity stuff I could do.
Double the risk though. What if we both got kidnapped?
Nah, we wouldn't have both been kidnapped. I trust you too much for that to happen.
What if we both got... I feel like you try to stick one of those chips into us.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking robots.
He kind of looks over. Well, if the worst did happen... He kind of closes his eyes for a second and looks up. I trust that he says, I trust that the rest of our friends and family would get us. Whatever it took. I think that's why I'm not worried.
At least if something happens to me, I can just like, oh, I'm not doing this shit again.
Looks over.
See, if something happens to you, then I physically gotta save you. No.
Yeah, looks over. Well, then we better make sure we don't get captured.
Yeah.
Because I'm not letting you go in alone like that again.
It was fine.
Yeah? It's here to say otherwise. He looks over.
You didn't hurt me. You just spooked.
So. He kind of like looks over and he kind of says, you know... And it says, I like this. I mean, like, just, you know, this experience, this, well, I don't get to have, well, that, but I feel like, how do I put it? I feel like in a weird way, this is the most kind of open you've been about this. So, I guess with me. I guess I kind of, in a weird way, I guess, feel like... I guess I actually feel like we're kind of connected with this.
Yeah. Also, you know, I can't keep too many secrets. I'm not trying to end up like Titus in a lore.
Oh god, no. He kind of looks over. Oh, no, definitely not. Honestly, I was kind of worried that after my whole stunt with the icon fall that I'd be in the hot seat like Titus, but luckily I managed to skirt that one. Yeah. Though then again, I didn't also pull a Titus, so that also is probably a good reason why.
Yeah. I don't think I could pull a Titus.
I honestly don't think you could. I think it would take a lot of consistent bad decision making, of which you really haven't had much.
I made a lot of bad decisions, but like I said before, being trafficked and then trafficking other people is just crazy.
Oh, it really is. It's like... And they did have the option of disclosing it. Though, from what I understand from what Balin said, apparently they did deliberately try, whenever the places got busted, they did deliberately leave the people so that the guild would be able to get them. I'm not saying it makes it right or good, but at least it's better than nothing. I feel like it did bother them, or maybe it bothered Tinus, even if he didn't want to admit it. I get this feeling like... So...
Maybe it didn't bother them enough.
Oh, it definitely did. It should have bothered him enough to stop the moment they got the reins of the position. But, well... Well, in any case... No worrying about that now. He kind of dusts himself off. He kind of leans over and he'll hold his hand out to you. He's like, so you ready?
Yeah. Just wish I could shake this unsettling feeling. I don't...
He kind of...
It's like I still hear his voice in my head, even though he's not even here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know a little bit more viscerally what you mean. He spoke in my head as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Unsettling.
I'm not exactly a fan of it either. But I was able to at least get my answer.
Oh, it's good.
He nods. In any case, he's like, come on, Captain. Let's go have some fun.
I'm not feeling like much of a captain.
Yeah, it says, oh, don't worry. It'll start hitting you.
Okay.
He'll hold out his
grabs
hand.
his...
Yeah. And Apani and... Go ahead,
grabs his hand and keeps walking. I'm sorry, I read chat.
Yeah, I know. I've been reading it too, trying not to laugh. But yes. And Apani and Crow will make their way. Probably talking about just different stuff. As they make their way to the celebration. In preparation,
I think
next meeting.
Slicks her hair into a ponytail. And, like,
yeah, I think.
Oh, Crow is gonna say something. Go ahead, sir, Emiko. I just realized. Go ahead.
Emiko would, like, once they see two of them, like, walking into the mess hall, she would give Trish a knowing grin. Like, told you they be laughing about it. And
Trisha kind of nods and smiles and says, and I'm happy about them. As that's... before they enter, though, Crow's gonna be like... As he sees you, like, slick back your hair into a ponytail, he's like, huh, that's weird.
It's still a bird's nest.
No, not that. He's like kind of squinting at you, and he kind of like, he's still holding on your hand, but you can see he's like leans back a bit, like looking you up and down for a second.
What is it?
Nothing. You're pretty. I mean, you're beautiful. It's just like, do you have a sister? That looks kind of like you, maybe younger.
Yep.
Are we earshot?
Wait.
Huh.
Did you see someone who looked like me?
You are Lily, right? He looks over.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Huh. I could have sworn. Yeah, no. He kind of scratches, but he's still holding onto your hand. He scratches behind his head with his other hand. Maybe I'm just imagining it. Sorry.
No. Say it. When
I was passing by one of the halls, one of the art rooms, could have sworn I saw you there, but I didn't see you with Lauren or I guess Delore or, you know, Emiko, which isn't too crazy. I know you were going solo, but I thought I saw you in one of the rooms and talking with one of the, you know, officials, like the people that we were spying on, so I figured, oh, well, you were just doing that. But then I thought I saw you again.
Like,
Hmm?
same outfit?
No, that was the thing that kind of... I figured you just switched disguises or something, so obviously I didn't want to break your cover, so I just kind of kept walking.
I definitely didn't bring, like, a spare dress.
It just... You looked from the back, it was hard to tell. I mean, it looked like you were slightly smaller, but I figured that, I don't know, maybe you're using some type of illusion magic.
Do you think we can get a list of the names of everyone who's there?
Yeah, I can probably ask Kaya to pick it up. Also, where did she kind of... now that you guys are close to the mess hall, it's like, did she leave us there to talk? Huh.
Probably. But I wonder if...
But yeah, I can probably have her pull it up. She can probably... I mean, it might take her a bit, but she can probably pull up a dossier of the names. I mean, if...
Can I roll an instinctual?
You can roll an instinctual? Yeah, she can.
Getting bad, I'm starting to remember all of the stats off the top of my head if I didn't know them. That's a joke.
Ooh.
That one.
Oh, fuck.
Is that a good failure? Like, she's not hiding, she's excited? Or is that a bad failure? Like, I don't know.
Oh,
You know, excited was going to be... Like, jumping from joy was going to be nat 20.
Oh, okay.
Connie's going to start profusely sobbing.
It's gonna be what, Sarah?
I'm going to start profusely sobbing.
Crow's like, they're not gonna enter the mess hall yet. He's gonna like, I'm sorry, did I do, he's still holding onto your hand. He's like, is everything alright? What happened?
Can we hear this right now?
They're a little bit further back, and the party inside is a bit too loud. It's like, he's gonna like, he's like, maybe I'll bring food to the room. We're gonna go back to the room, okay? He kind of looks at you.
Why?
He kind of is like, I don't, say it again? He looks over.
I thought she was gone.
Well, we don't know. He kind of thinks. I'm sure that more than her is alive. But we gotta get information first, okay? Are you... Akai says, I mean, I thought you would be happy if that was the case. It's slightly cutting out. I don't know if it is.
Yeah, I'm happy.
There we go. He's like, okay. He's like, he's like slowly walking you back to your room. Like, delicately to not make you more, like, upset. It's like, she's A-okay. He's like, he presses onto his transceiver device, and he's gonna call Latricia. He's like, yep, she's like, we're gonna go to the room, we're gonna rest a bit. He's like, Latricia, I need you to bring food to the room.
Like, I want food.
No, don't worry, we're getting food, we're gonna get food. We're just gonna eat in the room, you know? Special captain, eat and drink. Yep, he's special captain, eat and drink, just so you can, relax a little bit more. It seems like you're having a little bit of some adjustment issues with the whole role, so I think this will, we can talk about it together. Yep. She's perfectly fine. I'm sure. I'm definitely sure that it's all good. We'll get that confirmation, and well, I'm sure that we'll be able to make sure that the rest of your folks are good too. I might. We can probably talk to Lysiska.
There's no way everyone's is fine because I saw my mother get stabbed. There's no way you can't just say that.
Okay. There's probably a lot of people that are from your tribe that are still alive. I mean, there are people from my hometown that made it out even after the whole incident, bombing, and well, me.
I thought I had searched everywhere and I couldn't find.
I'm sure there's reasons why she was there. I don't know those reasons, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. But right now, you are not in the headspace to think about it, and I think that it would be really good. Nah. He opens the door now that you're back in your room, kind of brings you slowly in the room, and kind of sets you on the bed. He is going to walk over to the...
Just give me 5 minutes and I'll be fine. I just need to wash my face.
He's gonna walk over and just start grabbing. He's gonna grab a box of tissues and just sit beside you. Put the box of tissues on your lap and just say, "All right, so."
Imiko's gonna chime in, not chime in, more like a call in on the intercom, say, "Hey, you two coming or what?
Yeah,
come on."
I just need 5 minutes. I promise. I'm
fine. What's happening?
The situation
Bro.
is under control. I assure you, it's more under control than it seems.
What did you do, Crow?
I didn't do anything. Actually, I might have done something. I don't realize what I might have done. I
You
don't.
guys are on the open comms. Please
God damn it.
use the private comms.
Because
You don't want to be hearing this.
Everyone in the
Bro,
room's
what
like,
did you do now?
it's like I didn't do anything. I was talking.
Right now.
You gotta stop.
God
It's
damn
like-
it.
Latricia says, Crow, presses something on the, Crow is gonna press something on your transceiver of Pawnee to change the frequency, so it's on a different one, and he's gonna change his.
Why did you do that? I just
Because-
take this off. I'm gonna wash my face and give me 5 minutes and I'll be fine.
I'm sure you'll be fine, and then when you're fine, you can change it back. You know how to change it back. It's perfectly fine. Also, you're kind of wailing on the open comms while everyone's eating, so we're gonna just stay here for a moment.
Going
So-
to take off the palms and walk to the restroom and wash my face.
Okay, that's
Dragon,
good.
what's the skill for tracking?
Latricia, you don't even need to really make it. Latricia's just going to look and she just sighs as Latricia's been grabbing plates of food this entire time and basically about to make her way out of the door, and she kind of just sighs, looking at you, and she says,
Oh.
Look, I believe Crow mentioned something to Apani. He was trying to tell me, but things went not the best, and I believe that I don't think it was something Crow did that was negative, but I think that he mentioned something that might have made Apani have a little bit of a moment. I believe he's consoling her in the room, basically. But I think we just need to give them a moment. I'm just gonna go bring them food. They might come. It sounds like they might be coming back out now, so who knows? Just stay here, keep things down, and also tell everyone that it's fine, please. I don't want them worrying about things.
I assume that she's walking away
Yeah.
Come on, don't let me here. That's what people. Come on.
Yep, she walks over. And that is where we'll end, with Apani freshening up, Crow frantically panicking, what did I say? I don't know what I did. He's like, I thought I thought she would be happy if I mentioned it. It's like, I'm so sorry. What did I do? He's like, Apani, you can kind of hear, because, like, even if you're in the bathroom, like, cleaning up, you can hear him, like, mildly panicking in the other room, like, in the other part of the room, like, not sure how to go on from this spot. So...
Connie is, like, trying to console him, but also cannot stop uncontrollably sobbing. So it just comes out, like...
He is like, he's kind of trying to keep it together. He's actually keeping it together rather well, but he is definitely like, I am not sure how to navigate the situation other than just like, you like, here is tissue. Do you want hug? I can give hug. I have feathery wings that give big hug. And he's just basically giving you a hug at this point if you're reciprocating. He's just like, I think this is working. I don't know if it's working.
The hug.
She said she accepts the hug.
Yes.
He's just like, you could tell, like, he is doing his best to console you, but he is trying, you know what? He's trying everything that Brew has taught him, alright? He is like, give hug, like, reassure, he's like, also say, oh, I'm sorry, there's, I am slightly distracted by something, but I'll tell you after the session what it is, but, anyway, but yes, that is where we'll end the session. I will, but in any case, do we have a bundle? Wait, do we have a bundle? Jesus Christ! I can't read that out loud. Anyway, we will be calling the session there, as Apani's getting consoled, Latricia's bringing food, and that is, and other things are happening, and they are having a minor, or actually, I guess, a major celebration for the different appointments in their group. Thank you all for watching this episode of Shadow Guardians, this more comical and, in some cases, serious episode of Shadow Guardians. As we go to our next one and we end the session. We'd like to, remember, of course, hit those like buttons down below, leave comments, as it helps us in the algorithm for our videos. Subscribe to the channel so you can stay posted on different things, and press the notification bell so it notifies you when we upload. In the description box, you can find information as it pertains to the Discord and our other socials. And the Discord is where we manage all the people that would like to play or try Dreamforge out for themselves, whether they be a DM or a player, as well as just chat with different people in the community, whether it be some of our players here or some of our developers. But yeah, past that, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Bye-bye!